Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane. This is Bad Erotica Book Club, and I'm sorry I'm late, but oi with the poodles already today. That has been the theme of the day. Okay, I stayed up much too late last night, and I slept in, and it's just been go, 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 race, 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 all flippin' day. And then my much lauded, I was very encouraged by this, I had hope, design for a less taking up space Duck Stage Edition. Good idea in theory. In practice, not so much. Let's just say it failed its initial test run very late in the day. So there will be additional structural support added to the new Duck Stage, but it failed like 15 minutes ago, so I didn't have time to do that right now. So we will make do. But the new stage is, at this point, given what I now know I need to do to it, it's like 70% constructed. I was very sad to see it fail because I really did cut myself quite badly putting it together more than once. And I lost track of how many times I burned myself with the hot glue. And it looks good. It looks nice. It just doesn't, stay up. That's kind of the problem. It falls down and won't support the weight of the ducks. So I just need to fix that. But in my head, I know how to do it. I just didn't have time to do it yet. So hopefully for next week, new Duck Stage will be go. Because yeah, it was a good plan. I defend my plan as being a good plan. It just didn't work. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy new ducks. I have temporary duck space, all set up, and I've conversed with the ducks, and they're okay with it. Because I'm not feeding any of them to Bo, who is very disappointed about that, by the way. All of the ducks. I like the duck emoji because it looks like the mallard ducks that I grew up seeing here. Yes, said Dale, it was a good plan until it wasn't. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I spent 3 days building the damn thing. It should have worked. I'm recalling my grade 7 science teacher the day that he, did any of your teachers ever do this? To show that an arch is a structure that will support a fuck ton of weight. He brought in one of those square egg cartons and put an egg in every corner and then proceeded to stack our hardcover 1.5-inch thick science textbooks on top of it to see how many the 4 eggs could handle before it broke. Who would like to take a guess on how many textbooks, and these were not light, that we stacked on top of 4 eggs on the corners of them before they broke? It's a higher number than you might think. Eggs are rather impressive. So while everybody decides how many textbooks they think you can stack on eggs before they break, to catch up what happened last week, a whole bunch of bullshit happened in the book. We had a side quest that I guarantee isn't going to matter, where they spent 2 months living with a guy who's been stalking Olga for 5 years because she's his true love forever, because they spent a weekend together when he literally thought she was a drunk whore and picked her up off the street. His son tried to rape the pregnant Laura. Also, Olga, I realized later, is the worst friend ever. She is the worst best friend ever. Because within hours of them running away, she was on Facebook with Dominic telling her, oh, it's all a mistake. And all she had to do is wait for Laura to go to the bathroom and log back into Facebook and say to Dominic, okay, quickly explain to me how it's a mistake. He could have sent her the video, and bang, within a couple hours, misunderstanding resolved. They go back, everything is fine. But instead, no, they fuck off to Hungary for 2 months. And then Laura, I guess, decides she's tired of hiding because she knew the second she went back to Poland, he would find her, and he did. And this proceeded to him explaining that it was his evil twin that everybody forgot existed, and then forcing her to take heavy sedatives and sleep, and that's where we left off. And I guarantee you the two side characters we met are never going to be mentioned again. This is not going to matter or impact the story in any way. And he was just there to fill 40 fucking pages for no goddamn reason. Well, you guys are more generous to the eggs than me. The answer was 11. They were heavy, though. Those textbooks definitely weighed 4 to 5 pounds. Like, we frequently got in trouble for hitting each other with them. Don't ask me why we did that, but, you know. Also, I think that was the first year my mother started complaining that my backpack weighed too much, and I explained to her that there seemed to be an unwritten rule that every time you go up a grade, they add 5 pounds of books. This holds true all the way through high school. Though it wasn't until 10th grade she got really fucking pissed because backpacks are quite expensive, and I broke 4 of them in the first semester, and after that she was like, nope, not buying any more, take your books in a tote bag, I don't care. And I wasn't, like, literally all that was in the bag was my textbooks and, like, notebooks and a pencil case. There was, like, nothing extra in my backpack, and the straps kept breaking from the weight of crap that we had to carry around. Yes, there was a B. Oh, I will give credit. I wish I knew the name of the actress that played Marguerite, because she did a wonderful job. You got to be willing to be hated in some roles. So do we have any predictions? Oh, by the way, I also found out some what the fuck things about the author of this book that I will get into at some point. I did pick these up from another reviewer who was reviewing just the book, not the movie, but I did verify that, yes, she actually said these things, so they're true. Well, I don't know if they're true, but I'm saying the author did actually say them. They are true to that extent. I don't believe her, but we'll get there. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, please. What's the volume? It's not right now, it is. Okay.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but whether they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they were under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea. They said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea this week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And there we go. Alright, sorry if I look like a nightmare. That's what happens when everything is rushed and last minute, and my makeup is all over my face. And yes, I've been scratching at the burns on my chest and they look worse, and I'm sorry. But they'll heal. But yeah, this is what I did to my hand. And yes, I cut into the nail on my finger and it really freaking hurt. It also took like 20 minutes to stop bleeding. I wrapped it really good too, because you put pressure on things. Still took like 20 fucking minutes. Like every time I took the wrapping off to see if it had stopped, it just starts gushing again. And it's like, oh, stop already. You're annoying and I have stuff to do. All right. We got our marker pages for our tallies. We did not get a lot of burning last week. That's because nothing happened. Because they went on just a side quest the entire time, none of which is going to matter. So to catch up, Evil Twin is apparently hooking up with Massimo's ex Anna now, and they're happy, and the families are at a truce. That's where we are. And she is now approximately 4 months pregnant. We're guessing. We don't have exact dates. I'm going with about 4 months. She's having some kind of complications that required bed rest, but seems okay now. We're never going to find out any details. Just like we're never going to find out what her actual heart condition is. This is never going to happen.
You're just not.
Stop with the YouTube and the stuff and the knock it off. But I did hear, before we kick off, I do have to relay the very bizarre and verified things that I found out. Somebody else gets credit for this, because they found it out. I did verify that it was actually said. But the author of our intrepid tale here, whose cover I keep cover because it disturbs some people, including me. Apparently, 50 Shades was not the only inspiration for this book series. It was a large part of it, and that's widely acknowledged. However, apparently the other part of inspiration for this book series was an actual trip that she actually took to Sicily, during which she claims she was kidnapped for several days. Didn't say by who, or what happened, or why. Could not find any newspaper articles, police report, anything verifying that this had happened in any way. And apparently the character of Martin, the bumbling ex-boyfriend of Lara's, is based on an ex of hers. And is that better or worse than Taylor Swift trashing her exes in every song? If you write a parody of your own ex into a book, is that better or worse than Taylor Swift's? Because like half her music is about her exes, and we all know it. Oh yeah, Sethiel, I'm with you. Extreme X to doubt, because it just, yeah, I'm sorry, no. Without some kind of verification, I am not believing that. I'm not even believing that she went to Sicily. Because I also point out, for the books, The Mr. and the Mrs., E.L. James claims to have gone to Albania twice. And yet somehow she wrote it to the point where we were calling it Afghanabania because it was so clearly fucking Afghanistan under Taliban rule that she wanted to write about. But then that ended like right before the book came out. So she just changed it to another country that starts with A that she thought was under communist rule 25 years after the fall of communism. Again, aligns with the Taliban timeline, not communism. It's like, hey, idiot editors, when you make a last minute change to a country and you have spoken extensively about the history of that country throughout the book, you might want to go back and check your facts. But nobody did that. Amazon, stop telling me you found stuff I like. You're always wrong. Amazon, for all it might try, never knows what you like, does it? So, let's introduce our ducks who are okay to be sharing for now. I asked them, they're okay with it. That's getting a little cold. We have, as always, Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's. Are these no, they're not backwards. Sash, no, they are backwards. Why did I do that? My apologies. Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuck, Alman, Naruto, Jeremy, DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, and Autolycus. You can say my ex is worse than anything you know. Yeah, I only have 2 official exes, so I can't really compare. One was guy I dated summer I was 14. We were completely in love, as in that way you can only be when you are 14 and you don't know anything. And somehow we managed to do things that are way past making out without ever actually making out. We were so in that kid space of like, let's talk about the future and where we're going to live and have a house together and how many kids and how I'm going to handle your being deployed in the military, because that was his plan. I did hear he eventually did do that. Okay, why is my eye like bugging me so much? And then many, many years later, somebody else. So, not the worst. Though, 14-year-old guy, we did the summer romance thing. And then the day before school started, he calls me at like 10:30 at night and tells me he's breaking up with me because his mother is literally making him. She hated me. Why, I'm not exactly sure. But, yeah, his mom absolutely hated me, and no secret of that the entire summer. And she basically, he was a little older than me. He just turned 16. And she threatened to kick him out if he didn't break up with me. Why, I don't know, but I don't know. She was kind of nuts. But if anybody would like to help a girl out and help me do things like pay the bills, etc., we have ways to sponsor the channel, which is sponsoring a duck for $10. I put them in the smaller bag now because there's less of them and the other ones needed the bigger bag. So for $10, I will reach into the bag o' ducks and randomly draw a duck that you get to name, or if you don't want to, I will. Ducks are drawn at random. These are all new ducks that we don't have on the stage already. And then, if you would like something a little more personal, we have our painted ducks, who are awesome. We have Evil Knievel, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Raphael, Turducken, A Christmas Story, Cleopatra, Yoshi, and Rooster Duck. If you would like to sponsor Painted Duck, please specify which one, because it helps. If you would like to go for my personal favorite, for $25, you can put me in these very real police issue handcuffs. There is a key in here. There's also a key on a string that is within easy reach in case I drop this key, because we practice safety here, and so should you. Even when we play with fire, we still practice safety. It doesn't always go that way, but I try. But with the handcuffs, always a key within reach. This is my personal favorite and a lot of fun. Though I have still yet to figure out how to get these to leave satisfactory marks. They fade too quickly. I don't know what to do about that. I'm thinking of writing the manufacturer, but I think they might think I'm crazy. Or if you would really like to help a girl out, we have very sour pink lemonade that is still overly concentrated, because I really got to get a bigger jug to put it in because it just doesn't fit in this one quite. This is like 1.5 liters and it's supposed to be in a 2-liter thing, so it's a little more concentrated than it's supposed to be. But since it's not alcoholic, we don't have to wait for a certain hour. So for $50, you can make me chug a glass of this and make really, 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 really sour face for quite a while. Because let me tell you, the taste and the sourness, it lingers on the lips and the inside of the cheeks. It lingers. Oh wait, did I empty this? I did empty this. Okay. Just making sure because it had water in it. Yeah, okay, that's enough. That might be a little too much. But we'll see. Some guys' moms are like that. No one's good enough for my. Yep, that's exactly what it was. That is 100%. But he wasn't allowed to like. His mom was like she took overprotective to like another fucking level because she was a single mom and she very much treated him like the man of the house. But he wasn't allowed to have friends or like be in after school projects. The only thing she would allow him to go to was like junior. It's not. I don't think it's called REC here, but it's like close. It's like cadets, something cadets. I don't remember. It was only for boys, so I don't know. That and Crossfire, which Crossfire is one of those if you know things. Okay, I only ever went to it twice. I found it utterly disgusting, and I wanted to punch out at least 2 adults before the end of it. Because yeah, it's so much goddamn fucking bullshit. And just if you want to see religious people just being absolutely horrible and the antithesis of what they claim to believe and what they preach, by being the antithesis by their actions and their mannerisms and their attitude and their attitudes towards the world, oh, go to Crossfire. The hypocrisy is on full goddamn display, and they're all too fucking stupid to see it. Like, yeah, they're peak useless. But it was an entertaining Saturday. Oh. Okay. I got tea, I got water, I got lemonade, we're good. Also, caffeine good. Because some of you know I was up very late last night. By the way, I stayed up for another 3 hours after we said goodnight, and then I slept till 2 in the afternoon. Puppy would like it known that you can't blame him because he tried to get me to bed, and then he tried to get me to wake up this morning. Not really. But he tried to get me to bed. Oh, we didn't start at the chapter. Where did we? I drew a line somewhere. Where did we draw a line? There we go. Okay, so they're back together. I think they're back in Italy and things are going on. Where are we? Oh yeah, and also the friend claimed that even though they spent 2 months living in rich guy's house, that they never actually fucked. Which nobody believes, because the friend is not only a whore, she's a slut. Is what good for what? Is yeah, seriously. I do wonder about him sometime. Last I heard he was in the military, but that was so long ago. I mean, I remember being glad that he did what he wanted to do and got in and all that. Oh, Olga's talking about hooking up with Dominic again because apparently he doesn't care that she was with somebody else for 2 months and they're still a thing. So we're in the middle of that. All right, enough, I get it, I hissed, grimacing. And then he fucked me on the road. With his cock this time, as opposed to what? I don't want to know the answer to that. There's some things that should not meet vagina. Anything with sugar would be high on the list. And yet candy cocks exist, and I'm like, those need to come with an extreme warning label of like, will cause infection. Doesn't matter how well you scrub. This is why they don't sell glow-in-the-dark condoms anymore. People are stupid. There wasn't any space in that weird car, so we had to leave it. We were so fucking horny, we didn't even notice it was freezing cold. It was a first for him. I nearly froze my ass off. I mean, I've pulled my pants down in freezing winter conditions once or twice, but not for that long. But one time wasn't enough, so we stopped 2 or 3 more times, and we were late for the plane. Okay, I'm sorry, but I've never been so horny for someone that I'm missing a flight. I mean, I know it's a private jet, but there are schedules and stuff, right? Yeah. Anyway, I think I caught a cold. So did we fly together or not? I asked. Yeah, because literally she got on the plane and he ordered her to take a sedative and she did. So she has no idea. Because that's just so great to do around, anyone. I asked. 10 minutes after I took the pill, I blacked out. Is that what you call it when you somewhat willingly take a sedative and it works that you blacked out? I would have thought fall asleep would be okay. Also, what the fuck are these pills? And again, what heart condition is treated by literally just giving somebody very heavy sedatives? Because I don't think that's a treatment for any heart condition I've ever heard of in my life. And I don't claim to be a cardiologist, but I pay attention to certain TV shows, and this just ain't clicking with what I know of certain things. Okay, I grew up watching ER, and I still remember lines from that show. I know it's out of date, but that's why I watched other shows and paid attention. Though, believe me, try using actual medical terms to a doctor in the ER. They look at you like you have two heads. They really do. Just like, oh my god, you know our secret language. It's like, you fucking asshole. You don't have to go to med school to know the proper terms for shit. Like, it's so rude. And then they don't believe you because they're like, oh, you Googled something and you're paranoid or you're hypochondriac or whatever. And it's like, can't just be that I'm an intelligent person and I know words for things? Like, seriously. And I will admit, I have deliberately sounded like an idiot and pretended that I didn't know words and terms that I did because you get taken a lot more seriously if they think you're stupid. Don't ask me why, but doctors have a thing where they like to be the smartest person in the room. The problem is, most of them aren't. Nobody says you have to be smart to be a doctor. I'm sorry, you just don't. You have to be good at memorizing stuff and passing tests and going 4 years without sleep. That's all you have to do. Did Massimo tell you? No, wait, where was I? Yeah, me, you, Dominic, and Massimo, and the security guys. The security guys are never going to have names, and they're probably different every time. Also, do we think the actor who plays Massimo is going to play his own twin in the movies? Do we think the twin is going to be in the movies, or is he going to be, like, written out for convenience? Because, like, he's had a serious impact on the story, but it's in ways that they're definitely not going to show in the movie. They're not going to show Olga being drugged and raped and beaten in the movie. There's no way in hell. So, are we even going to have the character of the eviler twin? And though I admit it would be funny watching the lead actor try to play his own twin because he's not that good of an actor, and playing your own twin is said to be one of the hardest things in acting. Also a sign that you should update your resume because you're about to be fired if you're on a long-running show and they pull the evil twin card. Means they're starting to run out of ideas and doing bad things, so update your resume because you're not going to have a job much longer. Kevin Sorbo said that on a commentary for Hercules. Of course, he also admitted to being backstage in one of the early episodes where Hercules is being chased by the many, many daughters of some king, and this is famous in an actual Hercules legend. But in the show, it made Hercules a family man, so he's being chased by all these women that just want to have his baby. They're all princesses of some king who has like 100 daughters or something, and he's running away from them, but the women were running down like this really steep sand dune and the costumes didn't really fit and they were basically just a bra with a skirt. And he admitted that on scene, a lot of the women fell out of their tops multiple times, and that behind the scenes, him and a bunch of the other guys were watching the B-roll footage of the boobs falling out of the shirts and drooling over them for a long time. And that's just not gross at all. And that is on, it's not even just on a commentary, it's on a video commentary. Did Massimo tell you anything during the flight? I wanted to know. I glanced at the clock by the bed. No, he didn't sit with us. He just stared at you sleeping for the whole time. Really? That's creepy. It looked like he was praying to you. Okay, ew. I popped by for a while, but he didn't want to talk to me. Then he carried you out of the jet and put you in his car. Back home, he took you to bed, changed your clothes, and ogled you some more. That's seriously. I wanted to help him out, but he didn't let me. Then Dominic took me to the bedroom, and here we are. This is going to be a difficult couple of days, I sighed. Okay, I need to go to the clinic. I'll call the doctor and book a visit. Be back in a sec. How frequently is. Okay, I have never been pregnant and I've never had a child. So, for those in the chat who have, how often are you actually supposed to go to the doctor while pregnant? What is the actual timeline of regular checkups? Because this sounds like too much. I went and met a new PCP last week, and she asked me if I had a medical background. Cerebellum, unless you want me to think you're talking about drugs, what is PCP? You know what they call a med student who got D's in his class? Doctor. Yes, there's a reason the quote exists. Also, remember that in every graduating class, half of them finished below average. Okay, there is a bottom half of the class. There are people who scraped by with a 51%, okay? Primary care physician, okay. That makes sense. We don't call them that here. It would just be a, GP here. And a dragon just walked across Sethiel's keyboard. That's okay, they're allowed and we love them. I went to grab my phone and dialed the clinic. As usual, the name Torricelli opened every door. Yeah, did she change her name? Is she getting her ID reissued? Is that even a thing? The range of options open to me was significantly wider than for any regular Sicilian. I'm sorry, does Italy have bad health care? Are they like America? I don't know. I put on a loose gray woolen tunic and my favorite black Givenchy boots. Okay, seriously, author, we know you want some Givenchy boots. You can afford them, go buy them. Stop dropping the name, please. And also, pregnant women, don't be wearing the mile-high heels. Not a good idea. And a black leather jacket. There wasn't such a thing as proper winter on Sicily, but it wasn't exactly warm either. When I returned to Olga's room, she was ready to go. How about breakfast on the beach? I asked cheerfully. I know a great place in Giardini's Naxos. I actually know that fucking place and I can't say it. I was there with Dominic when you and Massimo were on your honeymoon. They have a delicious ham omelet and some local cheeses. Be careful with the cheese when pregnant. I know that one. And fish. Great. I need to be at the clinic in 2 hours, so we have some time. Think about how dumb the average person is. Now remember, half the population is dumber than that person, George Carlin. Yes. Hi, persnickety. Yes. Love George Carlin. Standard risk, 1 OB visit per month. That's what I thought. And then once every other week, then every week the last month. Yeah. Because the last month things can get going pretty quickly, so. There's a reason I was in yoga flip-flops the entire time. Yes! Okay? That is appropriate pregnancy footwear. Because I already know that being pregnant, your balance goes to shit pretty early. And so why would you want to be walking around in fucking heels? And you're already, uncomfortable from the weight and everything. And I know your feet get bigger, so your shoes, don't, fit properly. And sometimes that goes back and sometimes it doesn't. I think I hear a puppy. Oh, there's wiggling under the puppy bed. Why are my posts being erased? I posted a few times, they keep vanishing. Oh, somebody. Oh, I was watching. Hi, puppy. I did hear you. Yeah, we were watching Only Cops on Thursday. Other people were saying that was happening, and YouTube chat has been having problems the last 4 to 5 days. Yeah, so that is a known thing that it is doing that. DM me if you need to, if it starts glitching. Hi, do you want to be cuddled? We get an early puppy sighting. Come here. Up, up. Come on, you can do it. There we go. There we go. Look. Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. But I assure you, I'm not erasing anyone, but YouTube might be. Bo, why do you always get snagged on this shirt? It's my favorite shirt. What did you do? Okay, I can't. There we go. Okay. Will you watch where your feet go, please? No, I didn't ban you at all, and I promised Sasha I would never ever do that to her. No, we would never ban a good girl. You have 2 different size feet? Oh, that would be annoying. Yes, look at the puppy. Look at him. Look how big and strong and tall he is. And he's a very tough puppy. Yes, he is. He's a very tough puppy. He's so good. You're so good and so handsome. Yes, you are. You're so handsome. And you heard me talking and you're jealous, and that's why you got up, didn't it? Yes. Oh, yes, licky, licky, licky. Licky, licky, licky. Oh, you have horrible puppy breath. You have horribly stinky puppy breath. And you're not supposed to lick when I have my makeup on. Oh, are you? No, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. Oh, look at you. Look at this. Look at this doggy. He totally doesn't want to eat all the ducks behind me, and he didn't try to steal the bag when I wasn't looking. Okay, partially my fault because I set it on the edge of the table and the string was hanging down, and he tried to pull yoink the string and run with the bag full of ducks. He didn't get very far. Yes, you thought you were going to get all the ducks, didn't you? You thought you could just grab them and run in the bedroom and somehow I wouldn't catch you. Yeah, he's not a sleepy baby. No, I'm not a sleepy baby at all, are you? Not a sleepy baby at all. No. No, you're not. You're not so sleepy. Oh, I know. You don't like being on camera. I know. I know. So you're going to go on your pillow. Okay. You hold your pillow down. It's going in the wash sometime this week. Good thing he doesn't know what that means or he'd hide. He absolutely hates me when I wash his pillow. Yeah, YouTube is weird like that. And yeah, it's been touchy the last few weeks because, like I said, they're updating a lot of shit, trying to get ahead of incoming laws, and it's fucking with a lot of shit. I've seen a couple articles about like what they're trying to do, and I'm like, because they're trying to what they're trying to do, and they're gonna get in trouble because Europe ain't gonna fucking play. Is they're trying to basically follow the letter, if not the intent, of the new laws. So they're trying to skirt some things, and it's not gonna go over well. Like, it's not going to be tolerated. So expect YouTube to be in some fairly hefty legal battles in the next few months. Also, for those of us in North America, it's daylight saving time tonight at 2 a.m. So if you wake up feeling tired, it's because you lost an hour's sleep. We crossed the house, seeing no one on our way. I left Olga on the driveway and went around the building to fetch my Bentley. I opened the little wall cabinet where the keys to the cars used to be, only to realize there were none. The garage was filled with cars, though. Yeah, he's gonna keep her on a much tighter leash now because she ran away for 2 months, and like I'm literally amazed she didn't wake up chained to the bed. Literally. I was fully expecting that. It would have fit perfectly in the story. What the fuck? I muttered to myself, backtracking. There was a security guard sitting by the garden. I headed his way to ask what was going on. Hey there, I called out. Ugh, people above me are playing bowling or whatever the fuck they do that makes that sound again. Okay, is my mic picking that up? Because it's so loud right now. I'm going to the clinic. Where are the car keys? You may not leave the property. Don Torricelli's orders. The doctor will come see you in the mansion. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll order it for you. Okay, so she's restricted to the grounds. That's better than I thought. You've got to be kidding me, I said. Where's Massimo? And my bodyguard, Paolo? Don Torricelli left with Mario and Dominic. They'll return tomorrow. I'll be your guard for today. Okay, so what do we do? Because literally, I would just walk the fuck off the property and call a cab. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to put your hands on me? I'm the wife of the boss. You think he's going to like that? Fucking shit, I hissed, sending the man a venomous look. Home sweet home. I passed Olga on my way back. She was patiently waiting for me by the door. We won't be going anywhere after all. We're grounded. We can't leave. They took away the car keys, the gate is shut, the quay is empty, and the fucking wall around this damn mansion is too tall to jump over. Okay, I'm sorry. This place is not a fucking fortified compound. I guarantee you it would take me less than 5 minutes to find multiple ways out of here. Also, there's not a guard at every entrance. Push a fucking chair up to the wall, whatever, a table. There's ways of getting out of here, I promise you. And I would spend all day finding one and getting out because I would make an extreme point showing I'm not going to be treated like this. I'm your wife now, not your captive in theory, though she still is, obviously. And like, you're not treating me like this. But this is a conversation I've had before marrying the evil mob boss. Oh, yes, Cerebellum. Yes, 100%. 100%. Because I'm also throwing tomato juice all over that fucking portrait of Massimo with a lion and then possibly taking a knife to it. Monday morning is the worst for humans, but it's the best for kitties because they get to eat sooner. Yes, and I'm sure the kitties are well aware of when the clocks change. Bo just knows he needs more food when his dish is empty, which it rarely is because I try to make sure he's at least got a snack in it all the time. But on the rare occasion it's empty, he knows he just has to push it with his nose and I'll hear the scraping sound on the floor and know that he's going, feed me. Which often he will do, and I will fill the dish, I will give it a sniff and then walk away. Because he wasn't hungry, he just wanted food to be in his dish in case. Chill out, Laura. You'll have plenty of time to be pissed later. Let's go order some breakfast. Olga shrugged and wrapped her arms around me. That omelet wasn't that good anyway. Oh, I'm not calming down. I'm going on a fucking rampage. 2 hours later, the doctor came in. He told me everything was okay and took a blood sample to run some tests on before leaving. Soon after, we got bored. This is what Netflix is for. I do kind of miss Netflix. Though I miss Discovery Plus more. They had more shows that I like. When I came up with the genius idea to call a hairdresser and a beautician, because if we're stuck at home, let's get primped up for no fucking reason, because we literally have nowhere to go. The whole team was ready and waiting in an hour. There's nothing better than a manicure, a pedicure, and a new hairdo when you're in a temper. I'll take her word for it. I've never had any use for any of that crap. We had our nails done and then freshened up our hair. Before the last part, I Googled the potential repercussions of dyeing your hair when pregnant, just to be on the safe side. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's fine. My gran used to tell me a kid might be born a ginger if you did that. Okay, so by the way, I'm going to clarify this because a couple people in the comments have come back at me saying that Lara is not a racist. Yes, she is. Okay, she is. Even in the movie, they cut out a lot of the racist crap that she said in the first book, but not all of it. She does say 2 racist things in the movie, and this is pretty bad as well. And like, I know between Poland and Italy, there's still a lot of bad blood that goes back to World War II. Not kidding. But still, like, if the author wants to be a prejudiced bitch, then fine, but don't write your characters that way. As it turned out, dyeing your hair did nothing to the child. You needed to Google that, did you? You only need to tell your hairdresser that you're pregnant, so he uses specialized products. I'm also pressing X to doubt on that. 4 hours into our makeover, we looked drop-dead gorgeous. I smelled of vanilla and Olga of cherries. It didn't make any particular sense to get so gussied up that day. Our men were only returning tomorrow, after all. But any reason to get rigged out was good enough. Who says rigged out? That's like, I hear rigging and I think boat. After all this, we had dinner in the dining room. The weather outside was a bit too glum to eat inside. Normally, there are just a few rainy days in December on Sicily. Today was one of them. Oh, so we must be coming up on Christmas. Do we think Christmas gets any mention? Olga downed a bottle of wine and got wasted. She went to sleep early. I wasn't tired at all. I switched on the TV and went to the dressing room, where I started rummaging through Massimo's clothes. I wanted to feel his smell. I think you're making a mistake there. Can we blame that on translation? I dug through most of the things. They all smelled clean and fresh. Finally, I found a leather jacket. It smelled like the man in black's skin. I took it from the hanger and plopped down on the fuzzy carpet, hugging the thing to my chest. I was going to say, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Why? Why is this in every bad erotica book? Why does the stupid bitch in these books always fucking do this when their man abandons them? They find something that has a smell on it and cuddle it in bed. Why? It's so goddamn fucking pathetic. And again, she should still be furious with him and taking a knife to his clothes, not laying down with them and cuddling because she misses him so much. Ugh! I'd be grateful when he's fucking gone. It's true you need dyes without certain chemicals. Okay, that's a valid point. No. See, this is why I've been mainlining caffeine all day, because reading this always makes me tired. It's because my brain is going, wait, you're only using 1% of meat. The rest is bored. My eyes watered as soon as I imagined how Massimo must have felt. Crazy with fear and despair. Yeah, because it's not like he caused most of his problems. Hi, Deacon! You haven't missed anything, except for a doggy sighting, but he'll be back. I had treated him like a piece of garbage when he called me. I couldn't hold back the tears any longer. You thought that he cheated. And even though he didn't, he's still not a good person. I'm sorry, I whispered in Polish as a fat tear rolled down my cheek. I would not be apologizing for shit. I know that word, I heard a voice from behind me. I raised my head and saw him standing right next to me. He wore a black suit. His eyes, ice cold, were drilling holes in me. Okay, is he actually there or is she hallucinating like Bella? I'm so angry with you. Baby girl, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. At least I get one, at least. There we go. And let's just say I'm declaring baby girl to be the winner of the burn list, so it's a race for second. Nobody has ever made me this furious. I want you to know that I had to get rid of all the people tasked with your safety, flying around Europe looking for you. I also lost a lucrative business deal, and that damaged my authority among the families. Why are you blaming her for this? Like, I'm sure there's 100 ways you could have handled that where it wouldn't have happened. Massimo walked over to the wardrobe and took off his jacket, throwing it over the hanger. I'm tired now. I'm going to take a shower and then I'll go to sleep. Like, he's such a fucking pompous ass. He had never been this indifferent with me before. I was losing him. Are you kidding me? You've been together for 4 months and he kidnapped you. And he's a pompous ass at the best of times. You're losing him? Since when did you fully want him? I realized, like, this, I'm sorry, but this is so unearned and disgusting. There's something very intimate when you're missing your partner and you have their smell. I will take your word for that. You would say it's more than 1%. 1% activation, another 5 to 7% actively misfiring from shock. Yes, you're correct. You're absolutely correct on that, Cynthia. Oh, yeah. The pain is real. Ugh. Snacks. That's what I didn't get. I didn't get any snacks this week, therefore I don't have snacks. I was supposed to have snacks. Damn it. I knew I forgot something. Oh, that's right. I wanted white cheddar popcorn and Little Debbie Swiss rolls. That's what I wanted for snacks. And I forgot to get snacks. Damn it. We were growing distant. No, you weren't, because you've never been close. A moment later, I heard the sound of water cascading to the floor. I decided to take a risk. I took all my clothes off and followed my husband to the bathroom. She's gonna get on her knees, aren't they? Isn't she? He, he was naked in the shower and scalding hot water was raining on his godly body. Stop it! He looked exactly like he had when I first found him in all his glory. Can we stop, please? Leaning against the wall, allowing the water to flow freely down his shoulders. I snuck in behind him and pressed myself to his back. Instinctively, my hands grasped in search of his manhood. So I knew it. I knew she was going to go straight for dick. Because, like, why? Why? You couldn't just put your hands on his chest and, like, lean your head on the shoulder and have a moment. No. She's got to go straight for the dick because that's the only thing that he cares about. Before they reached their destination, Massimo clasped his fingers around my wrists and spun to face me. No, he said coldly and with utter confidence. Yeah, because he knows he's easily manipulated when, she's paying attention to his cock. And also, that's the only thing she's ever done to appease him, because that's all the women in these books do. I stepped back, letting my rear touch the glass. How could he push me away like that? Are you kidding me with all this crap? I'm getting a headache already. I stepped back, letting, I want to go back to Poland. I snapped, offended, and turned away to leave him. So instantly, she's like, no, you won't let me give you a hand job to say I'm sorry. Well, then I want to go home. Bitch, you're married now. You married this. Like, what did you think? That you could just say, oh, I want to go home whenever he's not taking you on shopping sprees and treating you like a spoiled princess? And also, this is home now. Italy and this house, this is home now. Get that through your head. This is what you signed up for. You married it. They are not, never have been together. He kidnapped her. That's the relationship. Yes, and that is what it continues to be. He's still holding her hostage. Let me know when you stop sulking. He's not the one sulking right now. My provocation brought out the animal in him. Here we go. He grabbed my arm and slammed me into the wall. That means he's turned on. His eyes were taking in the sight of my naked body, and his hands trailed past across my skin. There we go. Your belly has grown, he smiled, kneeling before me. My son is getting bigger. It's a girl, Massimo, but yes, she's big. 3.5 inches. You know, at some point, I'm not sure exactly, I don't remember, but at some point you can actually find out the gender. What do we bet they're not going to? He put his forehead to my stomach and froze, ignoring the hot water running down his back. His arms wrapped themselves around my body, his hands clamped around my buttocks, fingers digging into my skin. You have no idea how much pain you caused me, Laura. Let's talk about it, Massimo, please. Not now. Now I'm going to punish you for running. This is going to get really bad, isn't it? Oh, yeah, Deacon, no, we're on page 150 of 403. Too severe, though. Massimo froze, sending me a quizzical look. The child was in danger at one point. It's a high risk pregnancy, I said quietly, stroking his hair. We can't. I'm sorry, was she gonna say we can't have like some version of sex, or like we can't do anal, we can't do breath play, you can't choke me or beat me, like what are we? I am afraid that is going to happen, that we have to make up for the lack of fluff and bullshit last week. Last week, yeah, it was all just fluff. There was no sex scene. So this week I fear is going to be all sex scene to overcorrect. We do. We all do. He didn't let me finish. He launched himself upward, clenching his fists in his jaw. His chest was heaving. What do you think he's going to take this as? We can't have sex at all? The water running down his body might have started to boil on him. That's how hot his fury was. Yeah, because it's her fault. He took a step back and roared. Literally says that. He took a step back and roared before spinning on his heels and storming towards the door. So yeah, he's taking it as they can't have sex. When we don't know if that's what she was going to say. I scolded myself for my stupidity. I shouldn't have said anything about my health problems. Really? 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 You shouldn't have told him that at one point you and the baby were in danger. Really? I stayed in the bathroom, face hidden in my hands, still cursing myself when I heard Massimo yell something in Italian. I grabbed a towel and ran back to the wardrobe. The man in black was just leaving, wearing nothing but gray sweatpants and sneakers. Oh, is he going to do the gray thing and go for a run? He tossed me the cell phone he had been holding in his hands and sent me a murderous look. Oh yeah, again, it's her fault. I wanted to stop him, but he slipped away and stormed down the stairs. I grabbed his shirt and my panties and ran after him. He didn't look back, striding down the hall and hitting the walls with his fists, still rambling in Italian. So he's just actively throwing a fit through the house because he's an immature psychopath. We went through the door leading to the basement, slamming it. He went through the door leading to the basement, slamming it shut behind him. I wonder if she knows there's a torture room in the basement. I had never been there before. Somehow I never gathered the courage to check out what was hiding on the bottom floor. My imagination was too vivid and my brain offered only images I really didn't want to think about, such as bodies crammed into freezers or torture chambers with people tied to chairs, awaiting their turn with the Dawn's enforcers. And she's, again, we cannot cast Lara as being like an innocent person anymore because, again, she's well aware of what he does and how he does it, and that he's a violent murderer and evil and a drug dealer and traffics weapons and, for all we know, people, and she's fine with it. Yes, if she didn't tell him, he would have found out and he would have been more irate. Yeah, totally. And the way he's reacting is not okay. The thought of going down those stairs made my heart race. It didn't stop me. I needed to follow Massimo. I grabbed the handle and quietly slipped through the door, carefully planting my feet on the steps leading deep underground. There were sounds coming from inside. Sounds of violence. Oh, this is gonna be fucking great, isn't it? You watch, he's gonna be like working out. It's gonna be a gym or something stupid. Screams, moans, and the dull thuds of bodies being hit. God save me, I thought, unable to stop thinking about all the macabre things that must have been playing out further down the corridor. The stairs ended abruptly. I took a few deep breaths before peeking around the corner. My jaw dropped. Nobody was torturing anyone. It was a gym. What did I say? There was a boxing bag, that's what I thought it was, hanging up from the ceiling, and a punching bag next to it, then some pull-up bars, and a wrestling mannequin, and a dozen other types of equipment of unknown purpose. Couldn't have Googled what's in a fucking wrestling gym. No. I scanned the room with my eyes. At some point, the walls made a sharp turn so that the room formed the shape of the letter L. Quietly, I took a few steps to look at what was around the corner. Inside, there was something like an octagonal cage. Oh, he's got his own MMA ring! Behind the bars, there was Massimo and one of our security guards. They were swinging haymakers at each other. Well, at least Massimo was. The other man was desperately trying to defend himself. The difference in weight between the two was significant, but that didn't make it any more difficult for the man in black to completely dominate the fight with the larger man. When his opponent raised his arms, capitulating, another man entered the cage. Massimo repeated the whole process. This is so very, very healthy, isn't it? Ugh. Okay, I'm also yawning because I've been completely stuffed up all day and I cannot breathe through my nose at all right now. I had had no idea he was such a consummate fighter. I had thought he had men to do his dirty work. I was wrong. Massimo's body was extremely limber and agile. He was oh, there's a little very long word and it's cut in half. And I'm not sure I know what it is if it's on one. He was some word that is spelled INDEFATIGABLE. I knew that much, but I hadn't thought it was because of pit fighting. He kicked out, his leg raised above his head, and effectively used the walls of the cage to dominate his opponent. It was pretty sexy. I didn't even care Massimo was just trying to blow off steam. It was turning me on. What doesn't turn her on? When he finished another sparring partner, the man in black roared like an animal. What is with that? And finally collapsed to the ground, leaning over one of the bars. One of the men offered him a bottle of water before all three of them headed to the exit. They had to pass me on their way, and I didn't care if they saw me. I was the boss's wife. They walked by me, each one nodded in respect before taking the stairs up. I took a deep breath and walked to Massimo. He raised his eyes at the sound of my steps. He didn't seem particularly surprised to see me. It didn't faze him at all. Having learned my lesson back in the bathroom, I decided to play it smarter this time. I opened the wire mesh door and passed through, slowly unbuttoning the shirt I had on. When I was just about 3 feet away from my husband, I pulled it apart, presenting my full breasts and the red lace panties. Massimo's eyes grew dark and he bit his lip. He took a last swig from the bottle and tossed it away nonchalantly. Without saying a word, I stopped very close to him so that his head was level with my bosom. I tore my panties down, letting them fall to his sweaty stomach. Okay? His scent was overpowering. Steaming sweat mixed with his shower gel. It was the sexiest melange in the world. I breathed it in. I had to make the first move now. Or to be precise, a whole series of movements. Massimo wasn't budging. Girl. Yeah, seriously? Unable to fatigue? Something like that. Yeah, because it's like indefatigable or something like that. I don't even know if this is a word. Yeah, that's how it's split in the book. It's like half on one. Indefatigable. Is this an actual word? It sounds like a made up word. It is real. That is sad. It is sad that that is real. I squatted and hooked my fingers over the rim of his sweatpants, keeping my eyes on his face, searching for a sign of approval. His face remained motionless. Can we also say, again, we have people who don't talk, and she knows the only thing she can do to get him to calm down is to give him sex. Because God forbid she say, well, you know, I walked in on what I thought was you banging your ex, and it's not like you ever said you were going to be faithful or we've had a conversation about it. So, yeah, I may have done something stupid, but there's a lot of better ways you could have handled it too. So let's not pretend like we have such an honest and trusting relationship here, because it started with you kidnapping me and you never tell me anything and we never talk. So you get what you get. Please, I whispered, my eyes tearing up, because she just can't stand him being mad at her. It's like when you're like 4 years old and you're in trouble and you just want mommy to love you again. That's what this is, but it's somehow way more pathetic than that. His hips lifted from the ground, allowing me to pull his pants off. I threw them behind me, and Massimo's slightly spreading legs displayed his monumental erection for me to see. So he's literally doing nothing. That in itself wouldn't be anything weird, but for the fact that he had been fighting 3 men for the last 20 minutes, and a few moments before that he'd been ready to kill. I stood above him, my feet planted on both sides of his sweaty body. I reached out with a hand, sliding 2 fingers into Massimo's mouth. When they were adequately moist, I dropped my arm to spread his saliva across my pussy. Do these people not know that lube exists? Before my hand reached under its target, Massimo grabbed me by the wrist and pulled himself up, greedily pressing his mouth over my clitoris. Okay, he's just okay. I moaned in ecstasy, moving my hips closer to him, taking a hold of the wire mesh wall behind his head. He licked me, his tongue penetrating deep and his hands clasped around my ass. I didn't want to come. Wrong spelling. Lost my place. I didn't need an orgasm now. All I wanted was to be close to him. What I hoped for was that with him inside me, I'd feel complete again, and that maybe he'd forgive me. So yeah, this is please forgive me sex. And I agree with Sarah Bellum. There is nothing appealing about sweaty guys. No. Like, I'm sorry. You get back from the gym and you want to get some, there's the shower. I can wait on the bed. I will put on something sexy while you're cleaning up, but don't touch me or come near me until you've had a shower. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Need to see if I can get some airflow through my nose. I don't think that did any good. Also, I'm so congested. I'm so like stuffy. My ears are popping. It's been raining for 3 days. We've had nothing but rain and fog since like early Thursday, and like not just like up on the 30th floor fog. It's been all the way to the ground. Total can't see your hand in front of your face. Like I remember walking to school in that a couple times because we get this in around this time of year. More so in the fall than the spring. But it does happen, and yeah, walking to school when you can't see your hand in front of your face quite literally is let's just say it's an experience. And there's a reason nobody drives in this kind of fog because you're a fucking idiot if you do. Because literally, you can't even see your own windshield wipers sometimes. Like I'm not kidding. I live in the middle of like 3 lakes. When we get fog, we get real fog. Ugh. Ugh. Wish I was in a really hot shower for like an hour, just drain everything out. You know, those times when you want to take the top of your head off and like vacuum. Oh. Oh wait, wait, I almost forgot to burn the baby girl. We gotta burn it. It can't go unchallenged ever. So for the first time and hopefully not the last time tonight, because tonight I won't play with fire a lot. So let's hope we get a lot more. But here's the first one of the evening. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that went up a little more than it was supposed to. See, this time it just burned a hole through the fucking thing, and it's smoking quite a lot. But other times it will like barely char and you can still see the word. I don't understand. The book. This is why I say it's protected by dark magic. I swear. I grabbed Massimo by the hair and pushed his head away, pressing it against the wall of the cage. Slowly I lowered myself over him, and when our eyes met on the same level, I felt the tip of his erect manhood entering my wet hole. That is about the worst way to describe that. The man in black inhaled sharply. Also, will somebody fucking explain why she keeps calling him the man in black? When she didn't know his name, I understand. She's known his name forever. Why? Just why? Like, and she doesn't call him that to his face. So it's not like a pet name or a nickname. She only does it in her head. And she alternates between the two, like, seemingly at random. Like if he was Massimo when he was like being nice and being actually intimate with her and they were having like private couple time, but when he's like in like dawn mode and like work mode, he's the man in black cuz he has to be so cold and violent, then that would make sense that she would have the two different names, but she doesn't use them like that. She wants that alien treatment? Do I even want to know? Oh, the Men in Black movies? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot that they existed. Yes, the movie. The movie. So, what are we saying that she wants? She wants to be registered? Spied on by the Men in Black? Well, he already spies on her. We know this. Several aliens get vaporized in those movies. We learn there's an alien jail in one of them. I have actually seen all of them. What? Wait, did I ever see the third one? The one where Will Smith goes back in time. I haven't seen that one. I've seen the first and second, and I've seen the one that either Chris Pratt or Chris Pine. I always confuse the two. But one of the Chris's is in one of them, and it was really bad. That's the one where like he sleeps with an alien. That's like the opening of the movie, and it's really bad. So there, the words, the song goes through it. Yes, that song did rule the summer that year. You could not be alive and not have heard that song a billion times that year. That's true. That's the third one. I've never seen the third one. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Like, I've seen like clips and memes and shit. But other than that, I haven't seen it. But yeah, Men in Black is still a good song. Still a good song. And now it's in my head too. The man in black inhaled sharply, keeping his eyes fixed on me. He was burning with lust. I could feel it. I slid even lower, impaling myself on him. This author really likes the word impaled. He didn't like it when I had the upper hand, but since he hadn't allowed me to finish what I'd been saying, I realized he didn't know how to act with a woman in my state. Yeah, almost like the two of you should, I don't know, have a conversation where you go like, yes, I am with child. However, that doesn't mean we can't have sex. It just means we need to not do this, and this, or we need to do this a little differently. But that would involve talking, and they don't do that. My thighs clamped around his naked hips, and I pressed myself to his wet, hot body. Ew! 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 The sweatiness is more you than the sex right now. There was only one thing in my head. I needed to feel him inside me. Well, mission accomplished. I bit his lower lip and sucked on it. Now I'm seeing that from Liar Liar. Massimo delicately took my buttocks in his hands, moving me gently up and down his shaft. His movements were getting faster and stronger by the second. The whole time his eyes were searching for instruction in mine, like he'd fucking listen. Are you kidding me? His hips picked up pace, his eyes suddenly flared with panic. He wrapped his arms around my back and rolled us over, pinning me to the ground. He hovered above me, propped on his elbows, as his nose gently touched my lips. What is he panicking about? Was he doing coke last night and doesn't want to come inside or what? It's gonna be dumb. It is me who should apologize. Yes, he should, he replied, sliding inside me again. His movements were careful and delicate. I nearly forgot how brutal and unforgiving he could be when he wanted. His rhythmically undulating body was leading me straight to overwhelming bliss. I knew he didn't need to make things any more exciting. I didn't either. All he wanted was to feel me. Suddenly he stopped mid-stroke, touching his forehead to mine and squeezing his eyes shut. I love you so much, he breathed. When you ran, you tore my heart out and took it with you. His words took my breath away. I felt tears running down my cheeks. My wonderful husband had opened up to me. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Saying I missed you when you were gone while he's fucking you, because that's what he missed, is not opening up. It's not. This is bullshit. This is what all bad writers do, especially bad erotica authors, but it extends to other writers as well. They don't have any fucking character development, or like, this just comes out of nowhere. Like, that's something I'm trying so hard to do in the novel I'm struggling to write, is that when my characters have moments of like coming to a realization or a new dynamic between them, it is not out of nowhere, because there are several scenes preceding it or sometimes after it, because it is a story told out of order, that explain where that came from and what the setup was and that why it makes sense. It's not just out of fucking nowhere. Like half of the book that I'm writing doesn't have, like, it has intimacy in my opinion, but doesn't have sex until later, and there's a reason for that. Now I still need to go back to the sex scene that I was told by several people is not intimate enough and try to make it intimate. I have ideas in my head of what I want to do. I just haven't sat my ass down and fixed it yet. Or at least attempted to fix it, because I don't know if I know how to write proper intimacy, because it's very hard to write that when you haven't experienced it. But isn't that what they say the mark of a good writer is that you can write things you never experienced? And I am planning to binge watch season 4 of Bridgerton tomorrow, so I'm hoping that will help. Because if that show has anything, it has intimacy. Ugh, okay, my face is really hurting from the stuffiness. Okay, if I look like all puffy and like ugly through here, it's because all this is like so stuffed right now, it's painful. And it's making my face hurt and probably very, very puffy. Thanks, Deacon. It'll go away when it wants to. All the women in my family all have like sinus issues. It's just a thing that runs in the family. And yeah, days of nonstop rain and fog, that'll set it off for sure. Also, I'm probably allergic to everything that's blooming right now. Mostly the trees and the grass. Flowers I'm actually usually okay with as long as I don't overdo it. But grass and like tree pollen, that gets me every time. Like when I was little and grandpa was going to cut the grass because they had like lawn on 3 sides because they were on the corner. So there was a lot of grass. Like it took several hours to mow the entire lawn. But on the days my grandfather was going to mow the lawn, my mom would wake me up early and take me to the mall all day because I couldn't be around it, even if I was inside with all the windows closed. Uh-uh. His punishment for me was his sincerity. His lips were kissing each tear streaking down my face. I'm going to highlight that and take it so out of context. Not that there really is context, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. And that's not opening up to you, bitch. Also, he's pulled a 180 pretty fucking quickly. I'll die without you, he said as his cock resumed its motion inside me. I'm sorry, is the penis moving of its own volition? Because you really should get that checked out. I didn't want to come. Wrong spelling again. Yes, I do not think that means what she thinks it means. Oh, also, for everyone here, as many of you know, I have... sorry, snot. I have never seen the movie The Princess Bride. We are screening it in the movie room tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern. Remember that time goes back tonight, so adjust accordingly. But yeah, 8 o'clock movie room tomorrow, Princess Bride. And no spoilers because I haven't seen it. And yes, I will probably recognize roughly 1 billion lines from it and memes and clips that I have seen over the years. And yes, I know the I do not think that word means what you think it means. One, I know there's I can picture the actor, but I can't remember his name. And he's like at a table with somebody, and he pulls like the Klingon thing of "drink not with thine enemy," because he thinks he's going to be poisoned or something. And it's no, I haven't seen the full scene, but I know it's known as like an infamous comedy scene. So don't spoil that because I haven't seen the whole thing, but I'm aware of its existence. I'm also isn't Princess Bride? Isn't that the where rodents of unusual size come from, or is that Monty Python? I've only seen like 2 Monty Python, one of which I didn't think was funny. No, I've seen is it John Cleese was the main guy in Monty Python? Because I've seen him in plenty of things where he's hilarious. He has quite the appearance on Third Rock from the Sun that's very funny as well. Him and John Lithgow. Him and John Lithgow together, like you could watch the two of them just bantering off each other for like a week straight. They're really good. You forgot about the time change. I am glad that you were reminded so you're not confused in the morning. ROUSs. I do not believe they exist. Yes, it's from Princess Bride. Yes, I know ROUSs. I've heard it. Yeah, so can't wait to see one of those. I'm guessing it's gonna, given that the movie came out the year I was born in 1987, I'm gonna guess it's a puppet. It's like an oversized puppet rat or something, or it's just like an actual rat filmed in like forced perspective or something. We're going to Persnickety tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We are going to watch it together. You can be there. Sasha can be there. Sasha can sit on my lap so you know that I'm paying attention and can't move. You know, as long as she doesn't mind Bo also being on my lap because he would insist. But he would also think it's the best day in the whole because he's got another doggy to play with. See, she'd be going, "Do you want to play with my toys?" And he'd be going, "Do you want to run around in circles for 9 straight hours?" I didn't want to come, not now. I didn't want an orgasm after hearing those words. I only wanted him to sate himself on what I had taken away from him for those long weeks. So now she's just like, yeah, just use me for sex. I don't even want to feel good about it. Just literally use my body as she just volunteered herself to be a literal fuck doll. There it is. There it is. Her character has achieved what we could call self-awareness. She has figured out that that is all she will ever be to him. Still say he fucks the friend at some point. Excuse me. Now I really want popcorn. I hate popcorn. White cheddar popcorn from Smart Food is the only exception that I make. Do you guys have Harvest Cheddar Sun Chips in the States? Do you have Sun Chips? I think I've seen Sun Chips in America. And if you don't have Smart Food white cheddar popcorn, I feel really bad for you because it is the best. Right? They are. Like, yeah, Harvest Cheddar Sun Chips. That's the only flavor they come in here, literally. No, there's like a spicy jalapeno flavor too, but those are the only two flavors. So there's probably more flavors in the States because you have more flavors of just everything. And really, really fucking high shelves. Like that was one thing that confused the shit out of us when we went to Walmart because we're used to shelves where like even though neither of us are tall, my friend is taller than me. I'm 5'6", she's like 5'8.5" ish. And so here we're used to like we have to reach up and maybe go on your tippy toes to get something off the top shelf at Walmart. Whereas in America, the top shelf at the Walmart was like 8 feet above our heads. And there were staircases, like those ones on wheels in some of the aisles. And we were both like, are we actually allowed to climb those and get something from a really high shelf or not? We decided to not because we couldn't there wasn't like we couldn't see like a lever or like some kind of a brake on the stairs so they wouldn't move and they were too heavy to hold in place in person. So we didn't do that. But there was also like no signs anywhere saying like ask staff for assistance or something because that's what you'd see here. Like most places here, it'll say like ask staff to get things off the top shelf. Please don't do it yourself. Yes, it explains the creepy ass cover art. Yes, the AI generated cover art that I'm still not sure whether it is the actual actress on cover. I can't tell because it's so creepy and so either it's been photoshopped or airbrushed or AI touched up, but it looks weird. It doesn't look like a person. At least not a living one. And so I don't know. Frequently have to use my son to reach if he's with me, otherwise find someone. This is why having a tall kid is a good idea. Sadly, with other dogs, she's less want to play with my toys and more. Do you really need 2 ears? Okay. Well, Bo would put up with that. He's used to being bullied by other dogs, so he would just put his tail between his legs, put his nose down, whine, and curl up on the floor looking pathetic as close to her as she would allow him to be while still begging for her approval and affection and attention and love because that's the doggy that he is. The stairs have a built-in brake, spring-loaded. When you stand on it, the spring compresses so the rubber pads can grip the floor. Okay, I didn't know that. But seriously, why does Walmart have like literal like at least 12-foot high shelves? Why? Though we did like that the aisles are wider in the States. They're like twice as wide. That was nice. Did not like that there were a bunch of shotguns and ammo just sitting on open shelves that you easily could have picked up one of the shotguns, loaded it, and went on a shooting spree right in the store, and there was nothing to stop you. That was creepy and weird. Although just the idea that you can buy a gun at Walmart is just there's something very wrong with that. I mean, somebody near me is baking something, and I can't decide if it smells good or not. Kind of smells like it's burning. And I can't talk. I burned the shit out of my breakfast this morning. Da, 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 da. Not here, he rasped, picking me up from the floor and taking me into his arms. Completely naked, he crossed the room, then another. He grabbed a towel from the rack on his way. He put me down for a moment, wrapped his hips with it, and picked me up again, carrying me upstairs. So he's carrying her naked through the house, but he wrapped a towel around himself. Couldn't have wrapped a towel around her, and apparently he's okay with whoever they pass in the hallways seeing his woman completely naked. He's okay with that because he doesn't strike me as being the kind of guy that would be okay with that. You know, or maybe she's not okay with it, but I'm sure that thought didn't enter his head. We crossed the hall soundlessly, passing room after room. Finally, we entered the library. Okay, good room to fuck in, I'll admit. Massimo placed me on the carpet next to the fireplace in which the embers of a fire were still gently glowing. Why didn't, if you're gonna bother to go upstairs, why don't you take her to your bedroom? What the? That first night, when you wanted to escape from me, I put you right here. I was sure I wouldn't make it. He pulled the towel from his hips and started to slowly push his manhood inside me. When your bathrobe revealed what was beneath it, the only thing I wanted was to be inside you. His enormous cock dived to the very bottom, and I moaned, throwing my head back. Like, how many times is the book going to tell us he's got a big dick? Which also, again, appealing to some, not to everybody. And yet, again, these authors think it's universally desired. It's not. I wanted you so much that day that later, killing that man, I was still thinking about fucking you. Not possibly because he gets off on the violence. That's not a thing at all. Like, this is a guy who gets horny from violence and anger. And clearly gets off on the violence because he has very, very, very violent sex. His body was moving faster now. I could feel the tension growing inside me, too. When you went unconscious and I changed your clothes. Liar, I interrupted him, catching my breath. I remember him telling me Maria had changed my clothes. I was going to say he told her the maid changed his clothes. He was lying. Oh, it gets worse! Okay, this is really creepy, so brace for impact. When you went unconscious and I changed your clothes, I slid my fingers inside you. You were wet, and even though you were unconscious, you moaned in ecstasy when you felt them. Okay, can I just die now? I don't have enough ew to say how very gross and creepy and disgusting that is. Also, keeping in mind, this was the first night that she was conscious at all after he kidnapped her. So his whole I'm not going to do anything without your consent, which is in the book and the movie, that was just said for absolutely no reason at all. I'm genuinely trying not to vomit. Like, it's rising and it's not good. There's a reason I don't eat on Saturdays until after this. I have food in the fridge for after this. But there's a reason I don't eat all day. And it's occurring to me that I forgot to eat Tums today. I'm not kidding. I actually make a point of starting to eat like Tums at like 6 and like one every half hour till 8 because that seems to work. That's what I forgot today because I just all day I was playing catch up and I kept looking at the clock and going, no, it's not 6 o'clock. I need another 5 hours. Okay, not gonna throw up, not gonna throw up, not gonna throw up, not gonna throw up. Okay, this has been sitting out for a while, but it should be fine. Sorry for the crunching sound. Wider aisles equals higher shelves. Why? But in older Walmarts, the aisles are narrower but shorter. Kills my knees. I regularly have to get on my knees for stuff on the bottom shelves. Oh. So I guess that means the Walmart that's within like 10 minutes of the border is an older one. Walmart recently redid their overstock shelves to have signs saying not to get things off the top shelf without an employee. That said, I have used my 6-foot tall self to get things down from there. Yeah. At 6 feet tall, you've got a pretty decent reach. Yeah, Deacon, you heard what yeah. All of that. I've also had to almost lie on the floor to get things on the bottom, especially if the product is pushed too far back. Yeah, that would definitely suck. I'd be more likely to ask for help with something on a low shelf than a high one, honestly. That, other fellow adults, is called rape. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes. So again, I also had somebody argue with me that it wasn't rape the 2 times that all of it's rape because of the way the relationship is structured, but the 2 times that she explicitly told him no and I don't want to, and then he did anyway. I had people say like, well, they wind up together afterwards, so she like in the future consented to that being okay before. That is not how consent works. At all. But it says something that people, including here, have such a misunderstandings about consent that, and I've said this before, I was ranting about consent issues in 50 Shades 4 years ago when it was news to a 30-something-year-old friend of mine that orgasm doesn't equal consent because an idiot boyfriend of hers had forced himself on her and then told her that she couldn't press charges and it wasn't really rape because he made her come and that means she consented. And yet too many lawyers and judges to this day, including ones I've met, think that that is true. That if a woman has an orgasm while being raped, that means she secretly wanted it and it wasn't really rape. These are people I would like to see publicly executed. They obviously didn't pay attention to the tea. Yes. And hey, you might see that clip on Only Cops because I sent it to Josh and he wrote me back immediately saying, "Are you sure we have permission to use this?" And I said yes. So he didn't tell me like what for, but he said that he needed something like that for a project, and I was like, "Would this do?" And he was like, "Yes, this is perfect." So I have no idea what the project is. He didn't tell me anything, so I'm just waiting to see if something comes up where the tea video is in there because I plan to take credit. But yeah, that video should be played in school like every day through grades like 4 to 12. They are pretty cool, Deacon. And, you know, there's usually several dog and cat sightings, which is always good. Plus, Josh frequently is adopting more random strays. I think he currently legitly has 5 cats. Like, he is the guy that if he sees a stray kitten, it's coming home. You're a pervert, I whispered. He's a lot more than that. Wait, that's not getting... He silenced me with a kiss. His tongue fucked the inside of my mouth. Then he pushed me away and looked at me. His hand cupped my face and he came with a loud moan. Ugh. Okay, come on, stomach acid, stay down. Flooding me with ah, ah, phrasing. I hate this author. I'm level hate now. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this, and I can't even fucking drink. A bottle of wine would not be enough for this. Flooding me with so much hot jizz that I thought I'd overflow with it. Can I just hit myself in the head with something heavy, please? Yeah, I just realized what time it is, and we didn't take a stretch break yet, so we're taking a stretch break while I mentally pour bleach over my brain. And I'm going to do my second mandatory shout out for if you want to make this at all worth it, you can sponsor a duck for $10 or a painted duck. They're very cute. Or you can put me in handcuffs for the rest of the evening for $25 or like me to chug a very sour glass of pink lemonade, which might help. That is at our $50 tier. I'm going to come up with more tiers or something. Unfortunately, our spiked bra is not on offer tonight as things are too sensitive to allow for that, but it will return next week. Oy. With the poodles already. And by the way, does anybody in the chat know where that's from? Because I will like you and think that you're cool. This is so. Multiple bottles of wine would not be enough for this, and I can't drink it all, which is unfair. Okay, something fell and made noise, and I don't know what it is. He finished and collapsed down on me, cuddling against my neck. We spent the next minute immobile and felt his heart slowing down again. Grab the towel, honey, he ordered. Do we have honey on the list? We do! Now I'm burning the hot jizz line because it needs to not exist. Also, I need to never say that again unless I want to vomit on screen, which I really don't. He ordered, pushing himself up. Notice how everything he says is an order. Wrap it around my hips when I get up. I did as he told me. I didn't expect to meet anyone on our way, but it would be for the better. Only I had the right to see his naked butt. Notice he's not Karen who sees your naked ass, vagina, and tits. But yeah, let's make sure his underlings don't see him naked, even though I'm very sure they all have. We crossed the entire house and climbed upstairs, going back to the shower. He tore the towel off and pulled the shirt off me before turning the shower on and leading me straight under the stream of hot water. In 20 minutes, we were in bed, our standard position, me cuddling into his torso. Had changed to him talking to my belly. Massimo held his head on my thighs, his chin propped on my pubis, while his hand stroked my bulging belly. What are you two talking about? I asked absent-mindedly, changing channels on the TV. I'm telling my son about all the extraordinary things that he's going to see here, about the people he's going to have to avoid and those he can't ignore. Okay, I'm sure he's, yeah, sure. It's going to be a girl, Massimo, and the only person you should beware of is me. The man in black raised his eyes to look at me. Now I'd like to finish what I tried to tell you earlier. He opened his mouth to protest, but I lifted my hand to shut him up. Don't interrupt me. This is not going to go well. You know that this pregnancy isn't easy for my body because of my heart disorder. You want to tell us what that is, idiot author that definitely didn't research and actually pick one so she could just make it up and make it do whatever she wanted? The events of that night when I ran didn't help. The doctor in Hungary said, "Where?" he asked, astonished. "You've been in Hungary this whole time? What, you thought I'd stay in Warsaw, in our apartment, and just wait for you to come for me? Yeah, like, you knew she wasn't in Poland." I asked with a smirk. Never mind, though. I had some difficulties and overcame them. I stayed in bed for a few weeks, didn't leave or do anything. I just lay in bed. And since I wasn't thinking about sex at all back then, I hadn't asked the doctor if it was safe for me to have it. Ugh. I'm angry with you, Massimo growled, rolling to his side and laying next to me. That was too much for me. Really? Really, bitch? What was I supposed to do then? I sat up and grabbed a pillow. You're mad I left, and that's okay, but if you saw what I saw, you'd probably have killed someone in my place. Besides, I can't really ignore the fact that you brought that skank into our house. She's got a point there. And that evil twin of yours to boot. No, honey, it's eviler twin. The one you're married to is evil. The other guy is possibly more evil. That guy can't seem to keep his hands to himself, so stop pissing me off, Massimo. Accept my apology and show some goddamn humility. Yeah, he doesn't know what that word means. He turned, watching me for a moment, confused. For a woman to talk back to the head of the family was probably unheard of. I finished and felt a pinprick of pain in my belly. On instinct, I put my hand to my abdomen, grimacing slightly. What's going on, babe? Massimo jumped to his feet, touching my stomach. I'm calling the doctor. Okay, at some point the doctor's just going to be like living in the room next to theirs. I predict this already. He's going to like kidnap the doctor or something like that. It's going to happen. Hi, Deacon's mom. As a dude, that sounds like an uncomfortable experience. Which part? Almost touched the lemonade. Not touching the lemonade. Lemonade is only when somebody makes me. Because I have water and I have tea. I remember that much at least this week. I followed him with my eyes as he scurried around the room in search of a phone. He was stark naked and his hair was ruffled. The sight of him was like a drug for me. It made me happy and satisfied. At the same time, it made me realize just how afraid he must have been when I left. You smashed your phone on the wall about an hour ago. Oh, so he's one of those guys too. Don't worry, Massimo, it's all right. It's just a stitch. Probably something I ate. The man in black stopped mid-stride and shot me a look. You're paranoid, Massimo. I was saying, and you're going to have a heart attack if you don't relax. I'm going to give birth in months, and if you don't lay off a little, I'm afraid you won't live to see that beautiful day, and our child will be half orphaned. I raised my eyebrows and smiled, reaching for a bottle of water perched on the nightstand. He wrestled it out of my hand at once. Don't drink that. It's been open for 3 days, he said, throwing it in the trash can. I'll order you some milk. Why do people think pregnant women need to drink milk? Like, why is there that weird... He reached for the landline phone and said a few words in Italian through the receiver and hung up. His eyes wandered back to me. I paused, dumbfounded. His paranoia was getting out of hand, and it was going to become a nuisance. Going to? Because I think it already is. Yeah, seriously. Seriously, you cannot freak out over every little twinge with a pregnant person, because you know what? The belly is growing, and that's bound to cause, like, some twinges and stuff. Like, obviously. I'm pregnant, Massimo. I'm not dying. The man in black fell to his knees and laid his head on my thighs again. I'm just going crazy with fear is all. I'm afraid something's going to happen to you or the child. I wish it was born already so I wouldn't go crazy, I finished for him. Stop worrying, darling. Be happy that I'm yours and yours alone for now. In a few months, I'll have my hands full with raising our beautiful daughter. We're gonna take out darling, too. He raised his eyes and shot me a strange look. There was something completely new in his stare. Are you suggesting you might not have time for me? He asked with outrage. Yep, we're getting the full Christian Grey meltdown. Just think about it, baby. I'll be mother to a little child, and children need all the attention. No, they don't need all the attention, but most of it, especially when they're brand new. Our child will be entirely dependent on me, so yeah, I won't have as much time for you. It's only natural. The child will get a nanny. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew he was going to be that guy. He's going to be that guy. Massimo said as he got up before opening the door. If I'm in the mood to fuck your brains out, no one, not even our child, will stand in my way. Oh yeah, he's just going for Father of the Year right fucking there. Like, literally, is the author trying to make us actively hate him right now? Because he could not do a better job of making women, and the primary consumer of this, I'm sad to say, is women. You could not do a better job of making women hate him than that. I drank the milk he offered me and suddenly realized how late it was. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Yeah, that's because of what's in the milk, you dumb bitch. Massimo sat in bed with his laptop working. I rolled to my side, I put my leg on his and cuddled against his shoulder. I fell asleep. It doesn't even say and fell asleep. It's a whole other sentence. I fell asleep. End of chapter. By the way, we've gotten through 15 pages in 2 hours, so it's a little short, but not bad. We do have 2 burnings to do. So less. Yes, please leach the calcium. This is a thing. Later, later, later. All right. So, first we have honey. Helps if it's the right way up. 3, 2, 1. Smother. And then we darling. 3, 2, 1. I can't see. Did I get it? I think I got it. We got it. Ugh. I believe the puppy has retired to under his puppy bed, but he might also be on the couch. I can't tell. It's pretty dark under there, and there's no part of him sticking out that I can see. Sometimes there's a foot or an ear or a tail that doesn't quite make it under, but he doesn't care. Especially if it's the tail, because, he's not really aware of having a tail. Persnickety, is Sasha aware of her tail, or, only when it knocks something over? She knows she has one. She wags it a lot. Oh, that's good. That means she's a very happy girl. And that's because she's such a good baby, aren't you, Sasha? You're a good girl, Sasha. Sasha's a good puppy girl. Yes, she is. Chapter 7. I woke up in the morning and reached over the bed as usual. Surprisingly, Massimo was there. He was still sitting in the same exact position, laptop open on his thighs. He was sleeping. Okay, please tell me he Googled something about pregnancy. I know that's not true, but learning about things often takes the fear of them away. It's usually fear of the unknown more than anything else. Though there are times when it doesn't. There are times when knowing more is actually a bad thing, but those are few and far between. He's going to have one hell of a neck ache, I thought, intending to take the computer away. His eyes opened and he smiled. Hey there, babe, I said softly. How's your back? Not so bad that I couldn't eat my beautiful wife's pussy. There's a hell of a way to answer that. Like, seriously, if any guy I was ever with, or a person, forget guy or girl, because it's more likely to be a girl, but any person that I am with, if they spoke to me like that, we would not be with very much longer. Lowered the laptop to the floor and started to pull away the covers, but the movement was too much. He hissed in pain and collapsed to the pillow. I'm not buying this for a second. Roll over. I'll give you a massage, I said, slipping out from beneath the covers. I sat astride him on his naked buttocks and kneaded his muscular back. That midnight sparring was a bit too punishing, don't you think? Sometimes I need to blow off some steam, and the cage is best for that. Besides, MMA is the most efficient martial art. It blends elements of many different styles. He turned his head to the side. Harder. I would argue Krav Maga is better. My hands rubbed him with more strength, and he sighed with satisfaction. I like that cage, I said, leaning to his ear. I can see many potential uses for it. Massimo smiled and jerked, rolling to the side and rolling his arms around my waist. Then he did something, flexing and rolling so abruptly that I didn't even notice. A second later, he was on top of me, his body pinning me to the mattress. You see, my dear, that was MMA, and you probably like it you probably like it so much exactly because it has so many uses in bed. You might be surprised, but the biggest MMA events in Europe are in Poland. I wonder if that's actually true. He smooched me on the top of my nose and went to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, he was back wrapped in a towel. Does this guy, he's not going to be like dressed this entire time. He picked up a new cell phone and strolled out on the terrace. Don't think I don't know what's happening in my own country, I retorted. I've heard about those things. They're on the TV all the time, though I've never seen one live. They're going to go to a fight at some point, aren't they? Years back, Olga had been seeing a guy that used to train MMA. She decided it would be cool if we could go on a double date. So she hooked me up with a guy named Damien, a really hot one, a large man with a clean-shaven head. He looked like a gladiator. He had those large blue eyes and a crooked broken nose and large full lips that could do miracles in bed. We had a great time together. He was a great guy all in all. A good man and surprisingly smart. The stereotypical fighter is a dumb troglodyte, but Damien had been super intelligent. A lot smarter and better educated than me. So in other words, he was just using you for sex. Sadly, a couple months into our relationship, he was offered a contract in Spain and left. He had tried convincing me to come with him, but my work had been my priority back then. He called me a couple times and wrote me some emails, but I never replied. Long-distance relationships never end well. Massimo's voice woke me from my pensiveness. "What are you thinking?" he asked. I decided to keep the truth to myself. Yeah, that's smart. I wouldn't tell him about any exes because he's going to track them down and execute them. Just that I'd like to see one of those fight nights. Massimo returned from the terrace, squinting slightly. He said, "That's actually a pretty great coincidence. There's one in a few days. It's going to be in... Not even going to try to pronounce this, but here's the spelling. Gdan with a right-facing accent, SK. Is there some kind of sports tonight? There's honking and cheering, which usually means somebody just won something. We can go if you'd like to see it. We can visit your brother, too." Do we know she has a brother? Yes, it's all the consonants. I mean, I'd imagine the G is silent and it's pronounced Dansk, but it's in another language, so I don't know. My eyes flared with glee and I grinned. I had missed Cuba. Did we know that she had a brother? Because I'm not remembering this at all. Our last meeting hadn't been what I expected, but I still wanted to jump up and down with delight at the prospect of seeing him again. The man in black observed me, amused, as I jumped to my feet and launched myself into his arms, showering his face with kisses. "Pregnant women shouldn't jump," he said matter-of-factly. Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Lately, I always want to make sure my nose isn't bleeding after I sneeze. It's just because winter dryness, and I've been sneezing so much that I'm amazed I haven't had a nosebleed yet, just out of, like, circumstance. Okay, yeah. The only other time I ever had a nosebleed in my life, it was dry air and a lot of sneezing. This is the first time he's being mentioned. Yeah, I think it is. I think it really is, because I don't remember knowing that she had a brother. Like, if it was a one-line throwaway, I'm not surprised I didn't remember, but... Thank you. Pregnant women shouldn't jump, he said matter-of-factly, and carried me to the wardrobe. "Let's have something to eat, shall we?" He laid me down on the thick carpet and reached out to grab a pair of sweatpants from the shelf. "Take me, Don Massimo, take me right here," I said, crossing my arms above my head and spreading my legs wide. There's a line just... I was going to say straight out of porn, but this is porn. But literally, who the fuck just says, take me now? That's not in a porno! Oh, this also brings me up. Okay, people in the chat, I want a yes, no on this. Because I've been thinking about this for weeks. Don't ask me why, but I'm obsessed with how bad the movie is. Is the movie, we watched the movie for the first book, is the movie an actual... It's considered a softcore porn, but is it just actually just porn? And I'm referring specifically to the blowjob scenes, of which there are 3 or 4, I can't remember. But the main guy gets blown by at least 3 different actresses throughout the movie. Now, they said they did this by having him wear a rubber strap-on dick, and that's what the women were actually blowing. However, they were actually blowing something. It wasn't him, but it was something. So doesn't that count as a blowjob anyway, and therefore make it an actual porn? Because there are actual porn videos that are just women masturbating or using toys by themselves, including blowing a fake dick. That is definitely a category of porn. So if that's what they were really doing on the set, that it was a fake dick that they're blowing and not his dick, even though he's wearing it, and I got to imagine that, some incidental contact probably happened. Isn't that just still porn? Like, it doesn't matter what's being blown. The actress is actually blowing something. She is giving a sex performance. So doesn't that just make it porn anyway? It would be porn if it was a woman with a strap-on. So if a woman was wearing the strap-on being blown by another woman, that's porn. But because a guy with an actual dick was wearing the strap-on, it's not porn? How are we splitting that hair? Oh, okay, you were saying yes, it was. Okay, I apologize, I misinterpreted. But yes, I think it is. I think it is. There really wasn't anything shown. You get glimpses of like the top of the shaft a couple times, but yeah, they didn't really show the blowjob. Like it's right, like if the bottom of the screen is here, it's right here. Let's just say they watch that bottom of the screen real carefully in a couple of places, because like in a couple of the shower scenes, you definitely catch a glimpse of the actual actor's actual dick for sure. You definitely can see his dick for like a split second, or part of his dick for like a split second in a couple of the scenes. Do we think, by the way, in the other two movies we ever get full frontal from him? Like not even in a sex scene, just him standing in the shower, but we see the full frontal. Do we think this ever happens? Where was shown in Magic Mike? I haven't seen those. But I know they're just like, yeah, they exist so that women can ogle the 5 hot guys that are in it, and they're strippers. That's all I know. Didn't Channing Tatum like get famous from those? And there's like other now they're famous people that were in those. Didn't they make like 2 or 3 of them? And like literally the only thing I know about them is that it's just pure beefcake movie. That's all it is. No, I haven't. Why would I be interested in that? I'm not attracted to men physically. I'm attracted to certain men intellectually. So I don't care if they're super ripped or buff or have a 9-inch dick. None of that is attractive or appealing to me. So yeah, a movie based around male strippers, not something I'm going to pay any attention to, because I wouldn't enjoy it. Because it doesn't do anything for me. If the movie was female strippers, then I'm there for it. It's funny and bad. Yeah, I know. They were, if I remember right, they were movies that did not take themselves seriously, which is good. Because if you're going for like, just pure like bottom of the barrel, like this is just something for women to drool over, definitely don't take yourself seriously. What you are, and more movies should. Because some movies could be good if they didn't take themselves seriously, but they do, and it ruins things. The plot really isn't there. I wouldn't expect it to be. I'm amazed there is even anything that can be called a plot. It's loosely based on Channing Tatum's experience as a male stripper. I think I heard that. I think you are correct about that. Yeah. Did he say that? Did he actually say it? Like he actually worked as a male stripper? Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's good enough looking. He clearly lifts, so. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, because there's like so many people in Hollywood that have like some of the strangest jobs before they got famous. Like, has anybody besides me, did you know that Hugh Jackman, yes, Wolverine, before he got famous, worked as a kid's party clown and sucked at it? By his own admission, he said he was absolutely terrible. No, Hugh Jackman's not Gambit. He's Wolverine. Or are you saying Channing Tatum was Gambit? Is he? I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen all of the X-Men movies. I've seen most of them. I've seen the first 3, the Bryan Singer ones. I've seen the Wolverine Origins movie that sucks. I've seen Wolverine and Deadpool. I've seen other X-Men movies. What the hell are they called? There's too many of them now. There's way too many. First Class. I actually liked First Class quite a bit, and it has my favorite Hugh Jackman line in any of the X-Men movies. He is in that movie for blink and you'll miss it, but he's got the best line in the entire movie. That's really good. Yeah, because it's right when Magneto and young Professor X are trying to recruit X-Men, and they walk into the same bar that he's in the other movies, because this is a prequel to that, so it's the same bar, and it's a bar in Canada. I know exactly where it is. Because they filmed all those in Canada for the most part. I think there was one of them, because it was filmed during COVID, was partially filmed in the States, but the rest are all Vancouver. And and they just walk in, and he's sitting at the bar, and they walk up to him, and like Magneto starts to say hi, and he's just like, fuck off. And Charles just like stops Magneto. He's like, just come on. No, I can read his mind. We're not getting anywhere. Let's get out of here. It's the only words he says. It's just so, it's absolutely perfect. And I love just a good throwaway one-liner in a movie. If the timing hits, it's the best line, and that is the best line in the movie. The ending of that movie sucks, but the rest of it's pretty good. You know, it wasn't incompetent, and they didn't fuck up the timeline too terribly badly. But they're not the only X-Men movie to fuck up their own timeline. It's such a hot mess now. I don't even think they know what fucking universe they're in anymore. Massimo froze and slowly, very slowly, turned to face me as if he wasn't certain he'd heard me right. He put his pants back in their place and stepped closer to me, so close that our feet touched. His eyes dropped and fixed on my pussy, and he bit his lip. Without a word, he grabbed his thick cock and started to slowly stroke it. In an instant, it grew rock hard. As far as I know, there's only like 2 states of penis. One is flaccid, one is hard. What is this other level of like rock hard that is like? Is there level of hardness? Because I'm pretty sure it's a binary state. Like you are or you aren't. I wasn't aware there's levels. Like, and what is the difference between hard and rock hard? What is the defining feature that makes one more than the other? I might have helped him a little. First, I stuck my finger in my mouth, then played with my clit. Finally, he went down on his knees and grabbed my nipple with his lips, biting it gently and sucking. Yep, this is definitely making up for all the sex scenes we didn't get last week. Harder, I whispered, running my hand through his hair. His tongue circled around my nipple while his fingers fondled my tender clit. I couldn't wait until he slid his cock inside me. I had missed it so much, especially the feeling of it when it exploded with cum. And they spelled it correctly this time. Again, whatever AI program edited this, why the 2 spellings? Like, that is one thing I definitely am not doing, because I am not afraid of spelling it correctly, and I don't care what anybody else thinks about it. But even in this book that claims that, oh, I wanted to write something way more explicit than 50 Shades because 50 Shades is too censored, then why are you censoring the word cum by spelling it C-O-M-E instead of C-U-M as it's properly spelled? And it's because the C-U-M spelling is offensive to conservative, religious, stupid people. So that's why books change it. And like, you said the point of this was to be explicit. Well, you're failing on several points. They're at different levels. Rock hard sounds like the level they warned you about in those commercials. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it sounds like it's at the end of the Viagra commercial where it says, if you achieve rock hard, consult the doctor. That is such a dumb reason to do that. It's true. Yeah, it is dumb. It's exceedingly dumb. I don't know when it started or why. I'm going to blame Tipper Gore, but I had to explain to a friend this week who Tipper Gore was. And he's older than me. But he didn't know who Tipper Gore was because I was explaining how my aunt wouldn't buy me a CD when I was like 14 because it had one of those ridiculous explicit lyric stickers on it. Yes, it is. It's a very, very dumb reason. A lot of things are dumb. Like, I find it particularly stupid that my curling iron has a label on the handle that says caution may get hot. Gee, thanks for telling me. You ever watch the videos of people cooking breakfast on like a curling iron or a hair straightener? I struck out with my hips, signaling my readiness, but he ignored it. Instead, he pulled himself up and his lips touched mine. He took my face in his hands and assaulted me with his tongue, biting my lip and kissing me so passionately I could barely catch my breath. This is as hard as I'll go, baby girl. Oh, there we go. We get to burn it again. He said, pulling away. I knew this was because of the baby, but I also knew he was right. But my entire body yearned for a good fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you have to, again, never been pregnant, don't know the answer to this. Do you actually have to limit the level of force being used in the vagina when fucking while pregnant? Like, do you actually have to tell your guy to not go too hard or slow down or not so deep or whatever? Is that an actual thing or is that just like old wives' tale, men being paranoid stuff? I mean, I could see if it was like right at the end, when the cervix is like starting to open and like things are very close to getting in gear for delivery, then I could see like taking things gently because things are changing. But she's only like 4 months pregnant. So would that even be a factor or anything yet? I accepted his caring attitude without protest, sating myself with the gentle and delicate sex he offered me that morning. This is the only time he's ever been gentle or delicate with her, ever. What do you bet it's the only time that ever will be? Later, I went downstairs only to witness Dominic licking chocolate off Olga's foot. Okay, does anybody have sex in their bed? You all have bedrooms to fuck in. Massimo's phone had chimed as soon as he brought me to orgasm and he had picked it up. I'm sorry, if somebody is still having sex with you and they answer their phone, you get to throw the nearest object at them. It's just a matter of comfort and preference as changes happen. That's what I figured. And like, I get that there is probably a point you hit during being pregnant where you're just like, no, don't ever touch me again. I'm never having sex again. Everything hurts. I'm uncomfortable. There is no good position. I can't breathe laying on my back. I'm too fat to do most positions. I get there is a point where you're just like, you can jerk off for the next like 4 or 5 months, honey. We're taking a break from sex. Totally understandable. And I assume that after giving birth, there is likewise a recovery time where you don't want any either. Also perfectly understandable. But I don't think at any point it's a threat to the baby. He had picked it up, so I just put on some clothes and went to fetch some breakfast. Having fun, I asked, stopping in the doorway and observing their childish play. They didn't even acknowledge my presence, only continued their frolicking. Okay, seriously. Get a room, I called out and walked over the table. I was about to say I would tell them to get a room, and then I would order them to get the fuck out of the kitchen with that shit. People need to eat here. Move. Besides, Dominic, I didn't think you were such a stud. Haven't you been picking my clothes and shoes for the first 2 months of my stay here? The young Italian licked Olga's foot clean and wiped his mouth with a napkin before sending me a puzzled look. Are we back to implying that he's gay because he has fashion sense? Not entirely true, he said, shrugging. You might be disappointed, but most of those things were picked by Massimo. I only arranged that stuff into styles. Massimo knows what he likes. Oh, so retroactively, he's been dressing her like a Barbie doll? That was me through all my pregnancies because I was so sick. Yeah, I've known women like that just did not have a good time of it, and yeah, sex was off the table. I saw a woman cry because she just wanted some bread. Yeah, hormones will do that. Your husband was kind and started crying with her a bit and got her bread. Yeah, that's what your husband is for when you're pregnant. Honey, I'm craving this. Go find it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you about the chocolate and the foot thing. Yeah. And also, don't do it in the kitchen, just ever. And he really does listen when you mention that something has caught your eye. Like those Givenchy boots. I'm Givenchy to the burn list. Because it's just obnoxious at this point. So I think in this book it's been mentioned, what, like 5 times already? So I didn't do all that much, really. Oh, quit it with the modesty, Olga cut in, grabbing him by the scruff of his shirt. You pick things for me, too, when you paint me. I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, she said he's like into art history or something. So I guess she's been acting as his muse/model. To be precise, I tend to undress you for the paintings more often than not, he replied and kissed her lustfully. I'm about to throw up here, I said, raising my arms. I'm warning you, I'm pregnant and I puke all the time, so watch out and don't blame me. This is a fair statement. Massimo appeared in the dining room and took up a seat by the table. His phone started ringing once more and he picked it up and left again. He's just only there when there's a sex scene. Other than that, the main character doesn't exist. Main male character. Massimo appeared. Wait. Dominic listened in, frowning before returning to his coffee. What's going on? I asked. People keep calling him. Business, he said, avoiding my eyes. Don't lie. I slammed my mug on the table. Dominic shot me a glance and narrowed his eyes. I can't tell you the truth, so stop asking. Dominic hid behind a newspaper and I looked at Olga. Would you really tolerate that for the rest of your life, having no idea what was going on in your own house or what your husband was getting up to, or how did the money to pay for all this? How did that happen? Never knowing when you were in danger or he was, or when anything was about to happen, just never having a fucking clue and being told at random moments, oh, you have to leave for a few days, but I'm not telling you why or what's going on, but just go pack a bag and be ready to go in an hour. Like, could you really take a lifetime of that? My mom constantly blames me for making her eat food she doesn't like. She hates burritos and she craved them while she was pregnant. My mom had that too. My mom, in her whole life, had never liked cucumbers. And when she was pregnant with me, she started craving English cucumbers and she ate them for the rest of her life. And yep, that was my fault. Paint me like one of your French girls. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. That's definitely where that's from. I bet we walk in on that at some point. Your mom made spicy food and listened to classical music. They say that your kid, if you listen to like a lot of music or you put the headphones on the belly and play music to the belly, that your kid will like that music when they're born. I would secretly learn Italian. Yes, yes, yes. I would be fully Duolingo Rosetta Stoning that. I actually know a few words of Italian because of Duolingo. I haven't done it in forever, but I've always wanted to learn Italian. I actually have an old Rosetta Stone CD somewhere that is probably still on my bookshelf. I might have given it away or thrown it away. It's super old. I bought it as a teenager. Don't ask me why. Wait, she has to have a go bag? Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Because it's happened several times now where he just goes to her and is like, pack a bag, you're leaving, and I'm sending you to a hotel for at least 3 days. But he doesn't tell her anything. It's just you can't be here at the mansion because reasons. He doesn't even go that far. He doesn't even say because reasons. He just tells her, pack a bag, you're leaving, and that's it. Like, he's done it multiple times. But yeah, I would definitely be learning Italian because I'm not putting up with like not being able to understand what's being said. And he said he was learning Polish so he could understand when him and Olga are talking in Polish. So there is that. Oh, and if anybody wants to see my failed attempt at a duck stage, that I will make work for next week, come hell or high water, I will. If anyone wants to see what I was attempting, let me know and I will show it. It's behind me, so I can do that. I think my nose weighs 10 pounds. Dominic hid behind a newspaper and I looked at Olga. Crate. Go and sulk somewhere else, I said in Polish. Sometimes they're too much for me. And yet, you knew exactly what you were getting into because you were told directly to your incredibly stupid face more than once. And you didn't say fucking boo about it before now. Oh, you know, Olga muttered, picking at her pancake. You really want to know what's going on? Why? Why do we need to know, Laura? As long as we can live this idyllic life, I don't care. I'm happy. There it is! There it is! There it is! She said the quiet part out loud. There it is. I am Team Olga on this. Not that she is right. Like, I couldn't tolerate living that, but I certainly understand that there are people who can. I get it. It's part of the princess fantasy. It's part of the infantilism that Laura craves. She said it. She likes to be infantilized. You know, she said her biggest fantasy is being treated like a little girl. Well, that means you're not in the know. But props for having a character just outright say it. That, like, yeah, we get treated like royalty. We're living in a mansion. Apparently, Olga has no job or friends or family in Poland or a reason to return because she seems to live here now and has for months, and it's been, like, no inconvenience to her. But, yeah, she's telling the truth, at least. At least she's honest. And she's saying, yeah, I get treated like a pampered, spoiled princess. We get to go on shopping sprees all day and go to the spa whenever we want. We have a private chef, a private jet. We're both getting laid whenever we want, and the sex is apparently really good. So, don't ask too many questions and just enjoy it. I can understand that point of view. I really can. I don't think I could live like that, but I certainly have known people who do. I mean, hell, what do you think? Like, the church I used to go to, one of them literally had a rule that it was a brethren church. If you don't know what that is, just stay away from it. But it was a brethren Christian church, allegedly. And one of the rules there was that women were not allowed to speak in the chapel. And women were not allowed to teach men ever, including Sunday school, because a man should never learn from a woman. And a woman should never give instruction to her husband. And they did the whole, like, the woman is subservient to the man as the man is subservient to Christ, even though they never included that part. So yeah, many, especially the older ones of the women in that church, just their whole lives had just let their husbands run their lives. They had no clue how to pay the bills or what their husbands even really did for a living. They had never had their own, like, debit card or cash. If they wanted to buy anything, they had to go to their husband and say, can I have, $25 for a new blouse or whatever? And they'd spent 50 years like that. Where it was, as long as the bills are paid, I'm not asking any questions at all. And whatever my husband says goes, and my job is just to obey him and pop out babies and clean and cook, and that was their lives. And again, if that's what you want, if that makes you happy, fine. I think it's pathetic, personally. I think it's undervaluing and degrading yourself. I think it is rampant with abuse. And I think it leaves the woman in a very bad position, especially if the guy dies first and you have no idea what the fuck is going on or how to pay the electric bill. And that's if your name's even on the bank accounts, which usually it isn't. Which also means if he is an abusive bastard who beats the shit out of you, because again, this is a church who doesn't believe in divorce, you can't even get away because you don't have any money or access to anything. Like, most of these women didn't know how to drive a car. And this is not forever ago. This is a church that I was in, like, less than 20 years ago. Yeah, you are right. They are something. Yeah, there's a reason it didn't last too long. In a way, Oka is more stable now job-wise. This is true. This is true, because we know she's a professional whore, which is fine. No problem with that. And I'm glad to have a character that owns it and is not ashamed of that, because you shouldn't be. But she's hooked up with, for now, Dominic is her sugar daddy, and that's fine. Nothing against those kind of relationships. As long as it's clearly as long as the expectations are understood on both sides, and there's clear understanding of what is and what isn't, more power to you. Honestly, I'm happy for you. Like, that is the thing that too many of my friends in the church could never fucking understand, because they could not get the concept of being happy for me when I was happy about something or someone that they didn't approve of or didn't think that I should be happy over. Like, I was briefly in an online relationship with somebody, not as boyfriend, girlfriend, it was just sex, but I was happy and it was making me happy. And of course, one of my friends at the church, older than me, married with kids, blah, blah, blah. Self-righteous as fuck, holier than thou, absolute idiot. But she noticed, obviously, that there'd been some changes. And so she asked me, because she's not quite that stupid. And I was like, yeah, I'm seeing somebody online and we're very happy with each other. And she, like, immediately was like, oh my God, how could you do that? It's not godly. It's not blah, blah, blah. She didn't understand how online relationships could even be a relationship, but this is a person that didn't know how to check her email in, like, 2010. So, yeah, and she just launched into this whole, like, oh, it's sinful and blah, blah, blah. By the way, I didn't even tell her we were having sex. I just said I was talking to a guy online and we were having fun. And it's like, I'm sorry, if you're my friend and I tell you that I am in any kind of a relationship or I have a new job or I have a new hobby or whatever that's making me happy, be happy for me. If you're my friend, then you're happy that I'm happy. You're not come in with your own bullshit judgment and saying, well, that's not how a relationship's supposed to be, and God says this and God says that. And by the way, God didn't say the bullshit this lady was saying ever. But, it's just, yeah, there's something. They're really fucking something else. Ugh. I was very glad to be rid of that place. I was sad to lose some of the friends I had there because not all of them were terrible. Oh, before I forget again, let's play with fire. I can only do one right now because I have to read the back of the page. But for the third time, oh wait, I didn't mark it down. Doi. There we go. Mern, baby girl, Mern. Okay. We'll burn the Givenchy once I read the other side of the page. Stop it, hiccups. Also, ow. I generally don't mind hiccups, but when they get painful, then I mind. It smells like... See, now this page smells like wood-burning log, whereas the others did not. Again, book is possessed by Satan, I swear. They make it up in their mind palace. I know. Oh, better. You ever get told as a kid you shouldn't crack your fingers? Because I've done it since I was a child. I'm pretty sure that's because my fingers are double jointed. So I used to be able to put my hand like this and bend my fingers backwards until this nail touched the back of my arm. I legitly freaked kids out in school doing that, and then the teacher saw one day and kind of had a little bit of a panic. Because I think for a second, just seeing my hand like bent like that, she thought that I was like hurt or something. So there was like a second's worth of panic, and then I let go, and it like went back to looking normal. And she was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "It's a thing I can do." I was like 5, and she was just like, "Don't do that again." Like, okay. Like that moment where you don't know what you've done wrong, but you're getting the impression that you've done something wrong. It's one of those. I think she told my mother too. And then I had to show mom because she didn't know I could do that. And she also told me not to do it. This didn't stop me from doing it. I just did it outside the playground instead of in class. Wait, did I skip a page? No. Okay. Book is just skipping context again. It's done, Massimo announced, returning to the room and sitting at the table. He reached for the coffee. We're going to Poland in a few days. We'll see the fights, I'll do some business with Carol, and you'll see your brother. Olga rolled her eyes. Dominic didn't miss that. Aren't you happy? He asked, sipping on his coffee. As a clam, she grumbled, sending me a cloudy look. Kuba, my brother, was a collector. Fully aware of his own handsomeness, he utilized his natural talents to the maximum, fucking every girl that allowed it. There's no good men in these books, is there? Like, Dominic's the closest we get, and he's kind of a slut. Especially my friends. Oh, great. When your brother fucks all of your friends, that's the reason to kill your brother. Unfortunately, Olga had been one of his trophies. We must have been around 17 when he had put it in his head that he had to have her. I preferred to think it had been only that one time, but something was telling me it might have been a whole series. If not for the distance between them, they'd keep booty calling each other. Thank God 248 miles had made it all but impossible. That had been before our Sicilian adventure, of course. I realized the atmosphere was getting heavy and Dominic was watching us too closely, so I decided to change the subject. What do you mean too closely? What is going on? What are we going to do today? Are you two going to leave again and make us stay in this prison? Or can we count on your attentions today? How about saying, give me back my fucking car keys, you fucking ass? Like, and again, are we surprised that she doesn't have, like, an ankle monitor chained to her by now? Or that he hasn't, like, what do we bet? Also, what do we bet? And I bet I'm right on this. What do we bet that while she was blacked out on the plane, he implanted a new RFID tracker somewhere she doesn't know about? I bet that happened. I asked, ironically, flashing a fake grin at Massimo. If you were good girls and didn't keep running away, the gate would still be open and you'd still have your Bentley waiting on the driveway. Well, can you fuck off for that? The man in black turned to face me and propped an elbow on the table. Were you a good girl, Laura? And I'm throwing knives at his face. Go fucking fuck yourself, you fucking asshole. And give me my fucking keys. Seriously, I'd be going to my room and going, how do I hotwire a Bentley? I considered the question for a while and decided to take a risk. Of course I was. I sent him my sweetest smile. Both me and your daughter. I stroked my belly with affection, knowing it might have a chance of melting the ice in his eyes. He stared at me, keeping still. I didn't know what to think. Perfect, he said finally. Santa Claus is going to visit today, he added, and his eyes flared like a little boy's. Okay, I don't know what we're being set up for here, but I'm getting the creeps already. If you play an instrument or piano, it's not highly recommended. We shake our hands like we're doing the weird jazz hand thing. Also, if you type a lot, yeah, I definitely type a lot. And I used to write a lot in school. You remember writing for like an hour and then you get those cramps in your hand and you have to go like this? Ugh. And it was only the good students who ever got those because you wrote so damn much. And I'm assuming everyone in the room is old enough to know how to write in cursive. Oh yeah, painting will do it too. Yeah, I've gotten it a few times from holding a brush for several hours. Get ready, we have to leave before noon. Right, Olga exclaimed. It's December 6th, St. Nicholas Day. Is that a real thing? She planted a quick kiss on Dominic's lips and ran off. I sat with the men for a little while longer, sipping tea before getting up and heading towards my bedroom. There was no way to know what we'd be doing, and I quickly got lost in a sea of outfits I could choose from. It made me wonder. I thought about all the long months I had spent here, losing track of time. You've been here 4, maybe 5 months. Oh, yeah, rock carving would definitely do it. For sure. I wanted to learn how to do that at some point. I got told it's not a thing for girls. Then I got in trouble when I stole a knife and was trying to carve a rock in the garden. I think mostly because they were afraid of me playing with a knife because I was like 7. But Yeah. And then I got told even harder that that is not a thing for girls, and I was in trouble for trying to do a boy thing. Not for stealing or playing with a knife. I was literally in trouble for trying to do a boy activity. Which even at 7, I was like, okay, that's some fucking bullshit, but hey, alone time in my room is generally my happy place, so fine. I had arrived on the island in August, and it was now December. It was going to end in a couple of weeks. My thoughts flew back to my parents. We had always spent Christmas together. I had always been the one to buy them presents, and that special holiday always made me giddy with excitement. The phone rang, violently pulling me out of my reverie. I dropped the clothes and sped to pick up the receiver. Massimo was sitting on the bed holding my iPhone. I reached out my hand to take it from him, but he muted the device and put it back on the nightstand. I'm sorry, bitch. 1, don't touch my phone. Ever. 2, you don't fucking hang up on a call that's to me. Ever. I don't care if it's telemarketer spam or unknown number. Don't do that. Like, that is like second only to don't touch my computer, because I will kill you if you touch my computer. But don't touch my phone. It's your mom, he said with a smile, and I know why she's calling. And yet your right to hang it up is what, you fucking dick? Yeah, I'm with you, Deacon. Activities should not be gendered. But I shouldn't have to pay, like 20 times as much as men for razors. Walmart got me good with that one. Even sent a couple people a picture of like the ultimate proof of the pink tax. Disposable razors. The blue ones that are targeted at men, 12 in a pack for $2.50. The pink and purple ones that are targeted at women but are the exact same disposable razors by the same company, 4 in a pack and they cost $7.50. So I get to pay $5 more for a third of the amount because they're pink. Really? Like, how do we still allow that? And we have laws against gender pricing in this country. They're not enforced, but they exist. And yet, there is still, like, razors are still the thing everybody points to for being the biggest example of the pink tax, because it is. And it's arguably one of the most bullshit. So why have we as a society not corrected this yet? I stiffened, momentarily speechless, and frowned at the man in black, expecting an explanation. Give me my phone, please, I said, taking a step closer. Massimo shot out with his arms and toppled me to the bed, showering me with kisses. Stop doing that. The grabbing and the pulling part. I could always call Mom back later. My man was more important right now. No, he's not! He's calling to thank you, he said, who was saying between kisses. For the handbag and your dad's new telescope. Oh, so he sent presents to her parents. I guess this is, I don't know, does Poland celebrate Christmas on December 6th? Is that a thing? I pushed away, staring at him quizzically. Excuse me? Massimo kept kissing my face. His supple lips delicately caressed my cheek, eyes, nose, and ears. I like giving gifts, I said, especially to my family. I didn't want you to be sad just because you weren't spending Christmas with your family. I got your brother a ticket for the Manchester United game, too. His tongue slid through my lips. Okay, again, dude, if you're trying to do a nice thing for her or family or something, again, why not just tell her? Why not tell her in advance? Why not ask her opinion? Like, she knows them. Why not say, like, what's a good gift for your mom? What is she like? Like, I'd be asking for some advice because he doesn't know these people at all. He's never even met the brother. He met the parents for 2 seconds at somebody else's wedding. Like, why wouldn't you tell her this? Why would you hide this from her? And I don't buy his bullshit explanation. Oh, it would have made you sad to realize you're not with your parents on, I guess, when we're celebrating Christmas. That they've only just noticed on the day of. Like, what in the actual... And again, as is the theme tonight, oi with the poodles already. I think I'm getting a hunger headache. Definitely gotta get snacks. Also, craving the shit out of those little Debbie Twist rolls, but that's been going on for a couple days because I'm chocolate and sugar craving like mad right now. And I've been trying very desperately not to give in. It is so hard. And like, just cravings are a bitch. Bribery, manipulation, something like that. Or like maybe get, because my dad was guilty of this with my family because no matter what my father was accused of, and my father is an evil bastard in every way that it implies. He is a criminal, legitly, aside from the things he was never prosecuted for about me. He's legitly a criminal in like for other things. Serious crimes, not like misdemeanors, not speeding tickets, serious fucking things. And my family, my grandparents, like they're both gone now, but I certainly remember growing up and because we lived with them when I was little, they defended my father over their own daughter. Because like the thing with my parents is they were never really together. They dated for like 3 months, during which time I got pregnant, but they ended it. I don't know how, because I got 5 different versions from 5 different people, including both my parents. They both had very different stories of how their relationship went, or even how long it went. I couldn't even get between my actual dad, my actual mother, my actual grandparents on her side, both of them, and my aunt, who is my mom's sister. I got 5 completely different explanations of what the relationship between my parents was before I was born. And like not like they were kind of similar or had like overlapping details. I mean 5 completely different stories. Because if you ask my mom, they dated for 3 months. They broke up because she saw his true colors, that he was an abusive asshole and he was controlling and she wasn't going to put up with that, and she didn't know she was pregnant yet. So they broke up. She found out she was pregnant, decided she didn't want him in her life or my life, and several months went by. I was born, 2 years went by, and that is when I was like 2.5 when she was forced to call him and inform him that he had a daughter. And the only reason she had to do that was because she was on disability at the time, which is kind of, for anyone who doesn't know, like, I'm sure there's American version of disability, but it's like welfare, whatever, same thing, just different reason. And one of the things that started happening was they started, because she is entitled legally, or actually I'm legally entitled, the laws are different here, is that the child is entitled to child support. And it is actually the right of the child here, not the parent. So the mom is actually at fault for not protecting the rights of the child and demanding that money from the father, if you know who the father is, which she did. And so they started taking the amount of child support that she was entitled to out of her check monthly, and she couldn't afford that. And the only way it was going to stop was if she informed my father that he was a father and took him to court for child support, which she did. And that's why she wound up telling him. I think she honestly would have gone my whole life without telling him. That was probably the right idea, as it turns out. But my grandparents would defend him. Like, literally, my grandfather stood up and asked for leniency on his behalf when he was about to be sentenced to 2 years in jail for threatening to kill my grandfather, my uncle, and my mother. My grandfather stood up and asked the judge not to send him to jail because he didn't want his granddaughter having a jailbird as a father. Yes, my grandfather should have been born 100 years before he was. But they would defend him. And they would do the to my mom thing, like, well, you two should be on good terms, or you should still have a relationship for the sake of the child. I was better off without him, and everybody knew it. But it was insane. And I'm like, how do you do that? How do you do that? How do you put a person who's virtually a stranger, who has done nothing but like threaten and abuse your daughter in front of you for years, who is not a good person? How do you defend him? and back him over your own child and your own grandchild. Like, it never made any sense to me. At all. You know, and then there's versions of them going out where, oh, they were together for 5 months. No, they were together for a year and a half, which definitely not true. But yeah, there was just nothing that any of the stories had in common. So I have no idea what the truth is. And 3 of the people who could tell me are dead now. So never gave up on getting a straight answer on that a long time ago, because I was just like, that is just never, ever, ever going to happen. Because I come from a family of liars. His tongue slid through my lips, but without a reaction on my side, it withdrew. Massimo raised his head a bit to see me better. I was prone, stunned by his words. The last couple weeks had made me forget about the coming holidays and the presents I should buy. But how the hell had Massimo known this was so important to me? He didn't. He just wants your family to like him, so that in case you ever leave him again and run to them, they will call him and tell him where you are. That's why he's doing this. And as much as I know this is not alcoholic, I am really hoping somebody will make me chug this, because then I didn't pour it for no reason and have to pour it down the sink. Because I don't like wasting things. Massimo, I said, crawling out from under my husband. He sighed and rolled over. How do you know what Christmas looks like in my family? How did you know what they wanted? He's been talking to them behind her back, hasn't he? Or he's had them spied on or something like that. It's going to be creepy. Whatever the answer is, I predict creep. He rolled his eyes before closing with a theatrical sigh. I was hoping you'd be happy for once. I am. Thank you. Now answer me. Yeah, answer up, guy. What the fuck did you do? And by the way, if you want her to be happy, give her car keys back. Yep, here we go. I had my people check your accounts. You're spending. He grimaced as if predicting what would come next. You did what? I cried. Yep, there we go. I called it. You spied on her in a creepy way. Though, how does, like, checking her account might tell you she buys presents this time of year. Duh, it's her family and it's Christmas. You had to check her accounts to know that she gives her family Christmas presents, really? But that doesn't tell you what her family likes. Like, that's just not a plausible way to get that information. Jesus Christ, here we go again. Because he's like, oh, how dare you be offended that I hacked your banking information. He's so Christian Grey. You know what? I'm adding to the steals from 50 Shades tally, because this is Christian Grey in 50 Shades revealing the dossiers to Anastasia and then being all shocked that she's offended that he keeps fucking CIA level dossiers on his former whores. And it's like, it's like he has porn blackmail material on all of them, and that surprises you? Is there even one part of my life you didn't meddle with? No! And she doesn't have the right to be surprised anymore. Please, Lara, it's only money. It's not about the money, you fucking asshole! No, it's a lot more to me. It's my money. Okay, she's just as fucking retarded. Like, they are both so stupid. And again, neither of them is innocent. She's officially as evil as he is. I was fuming by then. Why do you have to control everything? Couldn't you just ask? Something you should ask before you let him put a ring on it. Again, conversations you have before getting married. I've never even been engaged, and I know that. It would ruin the surprise, he replied, staring at the ceiling. I do not think you know how surprises work, you fucking idiot. My phone rang again. I snatched it from the nightstand. It was Mom again. Before I managed to answer the call, Massimo said, "The bag is from the last Fendi collection, in beige. You have one like it, only yellow," he shrugged. So he just figured that her and her mom had the same taste? That's presumptuous. If you did that with me, you'd wind up getting me something that I hated because me and my mom had completely opposite tastes, much to her despair. Because when I was little, all she wanted to do was put me in pink, 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 and pink with lace and frills and ruffles and pearl buttons, and I fucking hated all that shit. She was very disappointed. And she started letting me pick my own clothes pretty young, and sure enough, everything that I absolutely loved, when I would hold something up and go, I love this, can I have this skirt? And she would go, yep, it's the ugliest thing in the store. Of course you love it, because I hate it. And that was 100% true between the two of us. Though I'm eternally grateful that she had the rule for clothes that she didn't have to like it as long as I would wear it. She had figured out pretty young that if I hated the stupid pink dress, I was going to physically rip it off my body before we got out of the bedroom, so give it up already. Ugh. Ugh, water up the nose feeling. Ugh. Ugh, getting chlorine water up your nose is still the worst. Hi, Mom, I chirped happily, keeping my eyes trained on my husband. Darling, the gifts are gorgeous, but that bag must have cost a fortune. Have you lost your mind? Hey, she makes a good living, and her mom thinks that she's working. Now I was going to have to explain myself. I imagined kicking Massimo in the stomach. My wages are in euro now, and besides, the discounts here are a lot better than in Poland. Yeah, just go with I got it on sale, or just say, hey, the new job came with a great bonus. Like, if that was what I came up with, I might as well have just told her the truth. What discounts? It was the beginning of December. Kicking myself for my stupidity, I collapsed on the bed and waited. Discounts, now, I heard from the speaker. Bravo, Laura, I scolded myself quietly. My phone slipped from my fingers, and before it fell to the bed, the man in black snatched it from the air, flashed a wide grin, and said hello to my mom. I felt as if someone had slammed me in the head. He probably did when you weren't looking. The room started to whirl around me, and my fear turned into full-blown panic. I had told Mom that I had left Massimo after he had cheated on me, and now he'd taken my phone and was chatting with her like nothing ever happened. Oh, that's not good. That's no, that's not good. And like your mom's gonna talk to him and they're gonna hang up, but then she's gonna call you in 2 hours when she thinks he's gone, and that's when the real conversation's gonna happen, and you're in trouble. I can slightly sympathize on this one, because I never got caught when I lied to my mom, which by the time I was 12 was constantly. But I had to do some quick dancing a few times to cover myself when she asked me something I wasn't expecting. Fortunately, that wasn't very often. Part of the reason I got away with so much bullshit when I was like a young teen was because she'd always been able to trust me up till then, so she took me at my word even when I was completely lying to her. Jesus fucking Christ, I moaned, but then suddenly Massimo gave the phone back to me. Watch your language, Lara Biel, Mother cried. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To the parents of the world, there is a cutoff point for telling your kid what to do or say or think or anything. It's like 19. Past, if they ask for your advice, fine. If not, shut up. I mean, I'm not saying don't point out to them when they're about to do something monumentally stupid so you can have the I told you so moment later, because they ain't gonna listen. But, unsolicited advice and watch your language has to stop at some point. And now we shall burn the thing that I missed. Thank you for the hugs. This author cannot write her way out of a wet paper bag. This is true. This is true. All right. Now officially on the burn list, Givenchy. Nothing against the brand. I couldn't pick it out of a lineup. I'm sure it's very nice. I've heard about it. Apparently they make stellar boots. I have no idea if they actually make anything other than boots. I think they do. I think it's a full line. Because I think I've heard them like reference to like handbags and coats and stuff. But this author is very obsessed with them. See, that just a hole in like 3 pages, and it shouldn't have done that. Ugh, too stiffy. Really. Oh, email alert. Aw, thank you, Cecil. Chugging 2 duckies. Aw, we get new ducks. Yay. Okay, I have to run to the ladies' room for a second, but then I will chug, because if I do that now, that's a problem. They made Meghan Markle's wedding dress. Oh, okay, so I guess they do quite a lot. I didn't know that. I don't think I watched their wedding. I saw the pictures, but yes, yay for new ducks. There will be new ducks soon as I get back. Okay, I'll be as quick as possible. So talk amongst yourselves. What the hell did you do thing that your pet ever did? The most, if you had thought about it for 100 years, you never would have imagined that your pet did that. All right, be right back. Bo's on the couch with his head down the corner, meaning he's invisible. We don't talk. We plump. This is true. Slapped my phone in the toilet because he was filming. I was filming his interest in the toilet. Yes, Butters is cannot confirm if he called me a bitch yet. You know, gotta wait for Star Trek to get that universal translator going because I'm sure it works on cats and dogs. When we were moving, we put both cats in the kids' bathroom. That's where their litter box was. We couldn't find one. We thought he escaped. Nope, he got under the sink. He was very dumb. Oh, poor kitty. He was just looking for somewhere to hide because you went and changed the entire world and that's not allowed. So I'm going to hide under the sink until you put the world back the way it was. Way back in the day, I had a doggo named Pharaoh. He was a Chow St. Bernard mix. Aww. That sounds cute. I bet there was a very fluffy, cuddly boy. But that makes he had to be very fluffy. Oh, I miss breathing. Oh, wait, we have duck and chugging. Okay. Oh, somebody's crunching their kibble. He'll probably come by in a few minutes. All right, first duck. Okay, eyes closed, head back, not looking. Hopefully the bag is unscrewed. Hopefully I don't fliggity one out of the bag. It's also way easier to do this with a smaller bag. So I want to make sure everybody gets sorted around and gets a good chance at being drawn. This is the duck. What do we got? Ah! We got my favorite! This is my favorite of the new ducks! And I showed it to somebody who knew what it was. It is, in fact, the mascot for something called Laughing Cow Cheese, which we don't have here, but I've seen commercials. And I like it. Don't ask me why, I just think it's super cute. So, it's Laughing Cow Duck. What shall we call it? It's so cute. It's so cute. All right, for now, he should go right beside Autolycus, right there. No, can't be seen. Nope. Okay, we'll go in front there. Okay, we'll crowd. Crowd a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. There's room. Like I said, next week I will make it work. Don't ask me how, but I will. Let's see. Can I reach? Can I reach? Can I reach? Come here. Don't break. Please don't break. Also, don't knock over the goddamn duck stage or I'm going to die. Okay, this is what I was attempting to do. Note the lack of structure. Okay, it, in theory, was supposed to sit like this. I'm not done decorating. But it was supposed to sit like this, looking like one of the stages. And it was supposed to go between these two. It was supposed to attach using these with some tack. And also on the bottom. It was supposed to attach to both of them on the sides, and that would hold it. And then it would sit like a stage and have support the ducks and act as a third stage, but without taking up the amount of room that these take up because I could just put it on top of one when it wasn't being used. That was the plan. That was my careful plan. Except it didn't work out that way. So I will be adding some structure to, I will be adding something here, something that I can fold, but that will support it here and here. Like a fold out L shape, something is the current plan. But I will trial and error it before next Saturday and make sure it works in some capacity. Because this did not. It would not support the weight. But I still think it's a good idea. Stay. Everything stay. Okay. Then he hid in laundry room for a week before we saw him in the new house. That was Thomas Kitty when we moved here. Because he Not a happy kitty. He was only 6 months old when I moved here. And so when everything was like being brought in, he was in his kitty carrier, which he was happy to be in because it protected him from the chaos. So I put the kitty carrier in the bathtub, opened it, and closed the bathroom door to let him just come out and like explore that room and keep him away from the movers and the furniture being moved around, especially so he wouldn't get stepped on, or get freaked out or get out in the hallway or something like that. He would not come out of his kitty carrier for 3 damn weeks. I gave him the bathroom for like 3 days. He would not come out. And so eventually I moved the kitty carrier with him in it to the couch, which is where he lived for the next 5.5 weeks. Like, obviously he was coming out at night for food and water, but during the daytime, if there was people, he lived in the kitty carrier. And the only reason he came out of it after 6 weeks is because I literally turned it upside down and dumped him out of it and then put it away in a closet where he couldn't get to it. And he was mad at me for that. Because I think in his kitty brain, he was just like, I'm going to live in this kitty carrier until you take me back to my house. Because this is not my house. The other one is my house. And I'm going to stay in this kitty carrier until you take me back where I was. Pretty sure that was his plan. My grandma got mad at him one day and made him eat the cake he begged for. Cake is probably not good for kitties. Hello, Bo. Hi. Hi, beautiful puppy. Hi. Oh, yeah, you ate your kibble. You're happy. Yes, good boy. All right. He also had to take the mirror off the wall because he insisted on digging and freeing his reflection. Yeah, I've had cats that did that. I've also had cats that would hiss and then run away from their own reflection, very much believing it was another cat invading their territory. Come here. Yes, we get doggo. We get more doggo. Hi, doggo. Hi, Bo. No, don't lick. That's a good boy. Good remembering. Once I take it off, you can lick my whole face when we're in bed. I promise, okay? Okay? Yeah. Okay. That's okay. Yes. Pharaoh was the dog. Aww. Aww. Did that make your ears go up? Why does that make your ears go up? No, you're just a puppy. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, he's a slightly chubby puppy right now. You ate all your kibble, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah. All right. To our first. Did you just burp? See, he eats too fast, and then he gets hiccups and burps, and then he looks at me like, make it stop. I've told you, don't wolf down your kibble. Learn to chew. He doesn't chew, he just scoops it in his mouth and swallows, I swear. Don't worry, I'm not going to pour this on you. It's okay. I let him sniff this, and he did the sniff, slow back away. He was like, nope, don't want. Good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. Okay, I can't breathe anyway, so this should be easy. Sometimes I don't fucking think. But other times I think too much, so overall, probably evens out. Bleh. 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 Feel the bumps of my tongue. Ugh. Ugh, so sour. But we got plenty more if needed. Look at how pink this is. This is such an unnatural color. Like, nothing in nature is genuinely that color. Right, Bo? Right? You don't know you're a puppy. You just want to be cuddled. Okay. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm a puppy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm adorable. I have a belly. Yes, and I love my belly being rubbed. Belly, 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 belly. Yes, belly, belly. Hey, no licking. Oh, I know you want to. I know. I know. It's your doggy instinct. I know. I know. He's just completely limp right now. Like, if I let go, he's just going to slide. You're a happy doggy. Hmm? Okay. Now, you curl up. Ugh, stop getting caught on my top. Good baby. All right, one more deck, then we get back to the reading. Where are we till the end of the chapter? Oh, we're like one page, but yeah, we'll get like partially into chapter 8 because I did count pages. I always do. Okay, so second deck. We still need a name for Laughing Cow Duck. Not really having anything come to mind. Can't even decide if I think it's a boy duck or a girl duck. But here we go. Second random duck. There's some good ones in here. There's some that I'm waiting for. Ah, something fell. Something fell. What fell? Okay, the one that fell is the one because obviously it wants to be chosen. Okay. Well, it's from the dog pillow, so either it wants to be chosen or it's suicidal. But this is the one that fell. Oh yes, I dubbed this the My Little Pony duck because it reminds me of My Little Pony with the color, the heart. So we have My Little Pony duck. I don't know anything about My Little Pony. I've never seen it. I've only seen memes and gifs and stuff like that. I know there is a subculture of men that watch it called bronies. Don't ask me why I know that, because I'd rather I didn't. But yes, we have, and it's like blue and purple. Oh, it's reading as, oh, that side's pink, that side's purple. Okay, it's two different colors. It's three different colors. Okay, so we have My Little Pony duck that needs a name. Good thing Bo was already under his puppy bed. There's Bob's Burger up on that, and it's hilarious. I think I know what Bob's Burger is. It's a cartoon, right? Deja Moo. That's pretty good. Do you drive your kids nuts making puns at things because as a parent you're not allowed to be funny? And also because teenagers will just generally groan at anything you say? Okay, so her mother scolds her for using bad language. I stiffened. Sorry, it just slipped my tongue, I mumbled, waiting for the inevitable decapitating attack. How about saying, I'm an adult, I'll say whatever the fuck I want? Your Massimo is a very nice man. I think he really likes you. Oh yeah, her parents don't know that they're married either. My jaw dropped. If it hadn't been attached to my head, it would have rolled down the stairs. Excuse me? I asked with disbelief. So yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He wants the parents to like him, but not for good reasons. He just explained everything to me. You should have learned languages. You would have understood what he was saying. I'm sorry, does her mother speak Italian? Because if he spoke it in Polish, which I don't think his Polish is that good yet, And I'm sorry, but why is the mom being such a raging see you next Tuesday right now? Instead of chastising your daughter for not knowing whatever language she spoke to you in, how about you just tell her what the fuck you said? That's when Dad chimed in, barely audible in the background. Christ almighty, I have to do everything myself, Mom sighed. I need to go, darling. Your father can't assemble the telescope on his own. He's going to break it if I don't lend him a hand. Love you, sweetie. Thank you for the wonderful surprise. Bye. Okay, her parents are officially the worst. Like, no wonder she has almost no contact with them. Love you too. Bye, I said, ending the call. I put the phone down and stared at my husband, who was grinning widely, satisfied with his plan coming to fruition. Yeah, I'm throwing the phone in his face. What did you tell her? That I gave you a raise so you came back to work at my hotel. His muscular arms wrapped around me tightly. So, her mom, she's screwing her boss. That's great. I also told her about the mix-up that made you think I cheated on you, but don't worry, I lied to her. You might have sounded a bit more absent-minded in my story than you usually are. Oh, great. So he didn't even tell the mom, no, I have a twin brother, and that was the misunderstanding. He made it somehow that she's having pregnancy brain or something. That sounds healthy. She laughed. You, okay. Proof that her parents are the worst. You might have sounded a bit more absent-minded in my story than you usually are. She laughed and told me it was typical. Yeah, her mother's officially the worst. He rolled us both over so we lay on our sides facing each other. His leg was wrapped around my hips. By the way, I didn't know you were so jealous by nature. Anyway, your mom knows you're still together. Thank you, I whispered, kissing him. I would not be. Hell no, hell no. Yeah, that's the typical response of every teenager ever. Yeah, giving her a raise, that's one way to put it. Uh-huh. Abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, here's a line. Thank you for kidnapping me. Just right there. Just right at the top of the page. So if anyone, excuse me. If anyone wants to argue that she doesn't have Stockholm Syndrome, I give you Exhibit A. The man in black swung his leg over my hips and sat astride me. I will take you now, he breathed, pulling on my sweatpants. You know why? You need a reason? I writhed beneath him, throwing off all my clothes. Why? I asked, pulling at his pants. Because I can. That's about as good of an answer as you're gonna get. God, he's the worst. This author is the fucking worst. And again, I'm always so surprised that in general these things are written by women. Twilight, written by a woman. 50 Shades, written by a woman. This trash, written by a woman. See, this is why I'm afraid to send my stuff to actual publishers, which I did say I was going to do this year. It's on my things to do this year list. But it is because part of me is very terrified of getting lumped in with these fucking idiots and being accused of writing shit like this. Because my story is definitely not for everyone. It is a dark fairy tale. I admit that. But it ain't this. But there will be people that think it is, but that's because they're stupid and they don't read. It's very much one of those you got to get to the end of it to make all the things make sense thing, because it is told like out of timeline order. So things don't always make sense early on that will make sense later, or vice versa. And yeah, so you got to read the whole thing for it to make sense and know what's actually going on, as opposed to what it just looks like, but that's part of the point. His tongue brutally assaulted my lips and his hands cupped my head. I marveled at his muscular, toned body. Then my eyes wandered down, and I took a look at myself, pulling away Massimo's shirt, which I was wearing. I sighed at the sight of my belly. I looked like I'd swallowed a small balloon. I was so happy with the thought that this was his child inside me, but I hated the way it was changing my body. Oh, yes, because we need to be reminded how incredibly vain and shallow she is. Ugh. My eyes lifted again, and I met Massimo's stare. He knelt by me. "What's going on?" he asked, sitting me up and placing me on his knees. More with the infantilizing. We're really starting to hammer on that. I cuddled against his torso, inhaling the beautiful scent of his skin and his cologne. "I'm growing fat," I sobbed. "Another month and I won't fit into any of my clothes." Actually, shouldn't some of her pants and stuff be, like, too tight now if she's got a bit of a belly bump? And I will say, even now, maternity clothes suck. I've seen enough maternity clothes to know that while there definitely have been improvements in the last 30 years, they still, in general, suck. And you sure as hell won't find any designers making maternity clothes because designers only know how to design for size 0 to 2. "You're being silly now," he said, laughing and kissing my head. "You can get fatter than me and I won't have anything against it, because it means my son is growing large and strong. Now stop worrying about this nonsense and get ready. We need to be where I'm taking you in an hour." "Where are we going?" "Somewhere you haven't visited yet. Dress casual." Okay, how about you actually just tell her for once? Massimo put on a pair of worn blue jeans and a long black sleeved t-shirt and black military boots. Wow, I thought, looking at him. This was a new look. The man in black ran a hand through his hair and left, giving me a kiss. I got up and went to the dressing room again. "Dress casual," he'd said. Casual means something different for everyone, but since I knew we weren't going to any official meeting, I could get creative. I grabbed a hanger and pulled off a black Kenzo t-shirt with a tiger motif. It wasn't hot outside, but it wasn't cool either, so I decided to show off my toned legs. I settled on a dark gray 1 teaspoon shorts. I'm assuming that's a designer. I topped off my look with Burberry thigh-high boots and long socks. Girl, thigh-high boots say hooker. That is just the only thing that thigh-high boots ever say. Nothing against it if you want to go for that look, but be aware of what you are broadcasting. But we do know her and her friend both favor the high-end hooker look. I moved my things to a boy channel bag and went downstairs. That is 3 designers dropped in like 2 lines. Olga was waiting by the door. She was explaining something to Dominic animatedly. When Massimo joined us, we all headed to the line of parked cars. Everyone had their own vehicle here. Massimo opened the door to the BMW i8 for me. I'm guessing that's another ugly car. It was another of those sci-fi machines pretending to be ordinary cars. Dominic led Olga to the Bentley. "Why do they need to take separate cars?" "How many cars do you actually have?" I asked as he gunned the engine. "To be honest, I don't know. I sold some, but I also got a few new ones. Besides, they're not mine. They're ours now. I don't remember getting a prenup. All that I own is yours." He kissed my hand. Yeah, but how much of what he actually owns actually belongs to him personally and not to, La Familia? Because that would be a question. Or Sailor Moon? What was referencing Sailor Moon? Did I miss a Sailor Moon reference? Because if I did... Oh, thigh-high boots. Okay, no, they don't wear thigh-high boots, do they? Wait, I have statues right there. They're like knee-high. I don't know. In the Japan anime, is it more of a thigh? Did they change that in the American version? I know they changed it. They changed a lot. Maybe some of them have thigh-high boots. They all have different costumes. All their shoes are different. I know that. Or maybe Jupiter had thigh-high boots? Or did she have lace-up boots? I haven't watched Sailor Moon in far too long. Used to be obsessed with that show. I still have somewhere I have the star locket, but as like it's in like a compact, but you would open it and it would play the song. Yes, Sailor Moon theme song does slap. It is fucking awesome. Yes. Even the English version of it is fucking awesome. I used to annoy the shit out of my mother singing that nonstop. She didn't fully approve of Sailor Moon, but there was no keeping me away from it, and she knew what a losing battle was, so there was compromise. Jupiter had heels. Okay. Yeah, and I think Mercury has like little heels too. I haven't seen it in way too long. But that is why I had a couple of cats named Luna. And then there's a guy with a tuxedo and a rose for some reason. Yes, tuxedo mask. Who so many of the girls crushed on, including me. Not the actual guy who called her meatball head and treated her like crap. Never liked him. He was an ass. But the mysterious vanishing figure of Tuxedo Mask, especially when he didn't speak, that I could have some romance for because he reminded me of the Phantom of the Opera, and he had roses, and those are my favorite. And I had a crush on Phantom of the Opera. So in my head, that's who that was. In Toast? He was Earth? Yeah. Yeah, he was. Ow. Hours, I thought. A pity only one of us is allowed to drive them all. I either get a tank with a cockpit like a jet's or millions of useless controls, or I get that other ox of a car. End of chapter. Okay, girl, why don't you just tell him what kind of car you want? He will buy you 5 of them tomorrow. Ask for what you want. If you're going to put up with his bullshit and his secrecy, you might as well get something out of it. Again, I'm Team Olga on being materialistic in this situation. Quite frankly, because what the fuck else have you got to do? Right, let me check. Where are we on pages? Okay, so we're not making page count tonight. Let's just throw that out right now. Because we're over 10 pages behind where we are, so unless I speed read. Oh. And we still need names for the ducks. I have a name in mind for the My Little Pony duck because I think it's one of them. But yeah, Deja Moo is pretty good for the cow. It's definitely in the running. We took a turn off the highway and rolled down a dirt road. Wholly inimical. Inimical. Never seen or heard this word in my life, I don't think. So if anybody knows how to pronounce it or what the fuck it means, like I can guess. But yeah, if anybody knows what the fuck. Inimical. to the low suspension of the BMW. The car jerked and jumped on each bump. Great, so you're off-roading in a car not made for off-roading. That's really smart. I expected it to come apart at any moment. I scanned our surroundings. We were in the middle of nowhere, it seemed. A stony desert, only speckled with a slight shabby plants, suggested that Massimo's surprise wasn't one of those overly luxurious ones. If this whole ride happened a few months before, I would have thought the brothers were taking us somewhere remote to shoot us. Nobody would have found us here. Suddenly the road made a turn and I noticed a great stone wall with a massive gate in the middle. Massimo picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. The gate ponderously started to open. We drove down an asphalt road on the other side of the wall. Palms lined the route, forming a green tunnel. I had no idea where we were, but I knew that asking wouldn't get me anywhere. That would be such a pathetic existence. That's what surprises are all about. Yeah, but there's a limit to how many surprises you want. In my case, it's 0, and I'm very happy with that. Finally, the car stopped by a beautiful 2-story building made out of the same stone. He's going to pull the, this is our family home that we're going to move to with the baby. Because it's a fortified compound in the middle of nowhere with, laser drones to shoot things. Good night, Deacon. Thanks for hanging out. Give Butters some love. I'm going to send Butters a hammer so he can finally defeat the treat duck. Building made of the same stone the main mansion had been built of. Most buildings on the island had that same slightly soiled look. We left the BMW and an elderly man appeared through the door, greeting the brothers warmly. He must have been at least 60. The man kissed Massimo on the cheeks, patted his face with a gnarly hand, and said a few words in Italian. The man in black offered me a hand. Don Matteo, please meet my wife, Laura. So we're meeting another Don? What the hell? Ugh. 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 No fair, Steve's attack. The elderly man kissed me on both cheeks and smiled brightly. Wait, is this going to be like a relative of his, like a grandparent or something? I'm happy you're finally here, he said in broken English. Your boy spent a long time looking for you. All of a sudden, the air was pierced by loud bangs like gunshots. I huddled to Massimo's side, shooting nervous glances around, trying to find the source of the noise. There was nothing but wilderness surrounding us. Don't be scared, babe, Massimo said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Nobody's going to die today. I'm going to teach you how to shoot. Yeah, this is a great thing to do with a pregnant lady with a heart condition. So many levels of what the actual fuck are going through my head. He led me across the beautiful house and all the way I was trying to get to grips with what he said. Shoot? I'm pregnant and he wants to teach me how to shoot. He doesn't even allow me to carry my own bag and suddenly I'm supposed to handle a gun? We passed the house and exited through the back door. I froze. Holy fuck, it's just like the movies, Olga exclaimed, stopping at my side and grabbing my hand. Massimo and Dominic burst out laughing. Where have our brave and fearless Slavic girls gone? Okay, whatever. We left them at home, I retorted, turning their way. What are we doing here? We want to teach you how to handle guns. The man in black embraced me. I think you'll need it, and even if you don't, it's pretty relaxing. You'll see. Okay, relaxing, not something I would associate with it, but I'm not a gun person. Ugh. Oh, Cerebellum, thank you once again for finding a picture of the car. You rock at that. Okay, it's not as ugly as I was thinking. It's still like an incredibly impractical car. They were driving that on. Wait a minute. They were driving that on dirt roads full of ruts and ditches and potholes. No, you weren't. I'm sorry, you were not fucking off-roading on a dirt path in that fucking car. No way in hell. Unless you just wanted to fuck up like 135,000 US. That's what this car costs. 135,000 US. Are you kidding me? And he definitely like royally fucked it up by driving like that. Like, you can't just write something in because it's cool. It has to fit the scene. There's several things I wanted to put in scenes of mine because I would be researching something and go like, oh, that's really pretty or that's really cool to use that one in my story. But then when I actually look into the actual product and it's like, oh, that's not the best choice. And that's not a choice my character would make. My character would go with this one for practical reasons because da 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 da. And so I go with the one that fits the character, not the one I think is pretty and shiny. Yeah, exactly. That is not how that works. And it's a zero clearance car. Like, yeah, it's not quite zero clearance, but it's pretty goddamn close. It's got maybe 1 inch clearance. Just no way in hell. No way. No way. He would have utterly destroyed that car doing that. And it wouldn't have made it because it's not designed for that. Like, you cannot, just looking at the picture, you cannot fucking off-road in those tires. Let alone the clearance issue. Like, just no. Absolutely no. No, no, no. And also from that picture, clearly BMW is trying to eat Ferrari's lunch. Guess what? Ferrari already won. You're never going to go near them, so stop trying. Zero wheel gap. Yeah. That's also true. Yeah, so that's super low. Like, no, the suspension would be gone in a second. Like, in the bottom, it's probably fiberglassed on the bottom. It's going to be all full of holes. It's going to be broken. Like, he probably did 100 grand's worth of damage. Another gunshot reverberated across the yard, making me jump up. I hid in Massimo's arms. I don't want to, I whispered. I'm scared. Yeah, let's just... It's a streetcar. Oh, yeah, for sure. Massimo took my face in his hands and kissed me delicately. My love, it's usually scary to try new things. Don't worry. I've consulted with your doctor. Shooting guns is as dangerous for you as playing chess. Come. Let's just say press an X to doubt on that! Or you need a new doctor. But again, this is a case of her saying, no, I don't want to do something, and he's going to force her to do it. 15 minutes later, having calmed down a bit, did you have a drink in this time? What was in it? I was standing with protective earmuffs. Oh, European phrasing. Watching Massimo lifting a gun. Don Matteo stood by, holding me by the shoulders, as if he was afraid I might need the support. Well, depending on what you're shooting, you probably do. Massimo settled on slightly spread legs and loaded the 9mm Glock. He wasn't wearing earmuffs, and instead of protective glasses, he had his Porsche aviators on. He looked so manly and gorgeous, breathtaking and sexy. I was ready to kneel straight down and suck him off. Ugh. Suddenly his casual outfit made sense. It all came together as he took the gun. He wasn't scary anymore. It was turning me on. What doesn't? She's a nymphomaniac, I swear. Taking away my ability to think clearly. Dangerous, impetuous, violent, and wholly mine. There's an advertisement. Put that on your Tinder profile. Please. I had butterflies in my stomach. I was horny. How easy it is for him to make me pine. Again, you're not using that word correctly, I thought. He didn't have to do anything, and my legs were shaking. Really good time for you to be firing a gun then. Just excellent. Absolutely excellent. The man in black nodded at the elderly man and took a deep breath, and sent all 17 bullets flying so fast that the individual shots sounded like one long blast. Okay, 17 is an incredibly odd number of bullets. Like, that's an extended mag because a Glock usually holds, I believe, and don't quote me because I don't know shit about guns except what I hear on TV, and they're not the most reliable. But I believe a Glock does not normally hold. I'm guessing they're getting to 17 by saying it's a 16 round clip and one in the chamber. I'm guessing that's how they're getting to 17. As far as I know, a 16 round clip is not standard with a Glock, or it might be in the States, but it's not allowed here. Because again, we have very different gun laws, and a lot of the gun laws in Canada are about specifically ammo. Less about the actual gun, more about the ammo. We definitely have more laws about ammo and gun storage than we do about the physical gun. 100% true. But yeah, I think a 16 round clip, because it would be an extended clip, is not allowed here. Because I'm pretty sure that like any kind of extended magazine or like anything that carries like more than whatever the standard amount of rounds is for a gun is not allowed. But also, wouldn't that mean I don't know if you can, but can you make a 9mm Glock fully auto? Because the Glock is a semi-auto. Again, we don't allow full auto guns here. Converting them is illegal. Blah blah blah. But if you can fire that many shots and make it sound like one long blast, doesn't that mean it's full auto? Isn't that what that means? Because it keeps firing without having to recycle, and it's the recycling that gives it that break in the sound. So if you just pull the trigger and it just keeps firing until you let go, that's what it sounds like. "17 round mag is standard in the States?" Wow. Whenever I see that like larger size mags and like unlimited ammo and like those belt fed garbage things, whenever I see that in the States, I always want to say, okay, so how much do you fucking suck at shooting if you need all those extra rounds? Like what? You can't hit what you're aiming at with the first 8 rounds? You really suck that hard? Because, like the man said, speed's fine, accuracy's final. You can make it full auto. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, I think most guns can be converted if you know what you're doing. You can make it full auto, but it's also possible to make the trigger super sensitive. Could be the gun is just firing very rapidly. Yeah. Plus, it's a gangster's gun, so it's almost certain to, like, be modified. And it's probably illegal where they are, too, because why would he care? You still hear each shot, it's just very fast. Like 17 rounds in about a second? What? Okay, if you said like a full, well, a minute's probably too long, but like 30 seconds, I would be more inclined to believe that. It can really fire that fast? Like, how do you have any control at all? How do you have any control or safety at all when it fires that fast? You can't possibly be verifying your target with every round. Like, Glock 9mm clips have 10, 15, or 17 rounds. Okay. There's a 3D printed switch that makes it full auto. Big problem. Yeah, I've heard about those. I have heard about those because we started finding those here a couple years ago. The RCMP put out a big campaign about it because what they were finding when they were busting illegal and ghost guns, they kept finding these little pieces of plastic that they didn't know what they were at first. But they kept finding them with the guns. And so after a couple of times, basically one of the people selling them got it, basically made a deal where he explained it to the RCMP that, yeah, this little piece of plastic that's like square and then it's got like a weird shape attached to it and it's about this big. Yeah, if you drop that into this gun, it makes it from semi to full auto. It's a conversion piece. But if you just look at it by itself, it just looks like a misshapen piece of Lego or something. If you don't know what it is, you don't know. And they didn't know until somebody told them. And then it's like, okay, well, that makes this piece illegal because you're not allowed to convert the gun. So the equipment to do so is illegal. But then they started realizing, they went back in their like from past gun raids from the past like 6 months, and they found a whole bunch more of those that they had collected and taken into evidence, but they didn't know what they were yet. And yeah, you don't verify your target. There's no way. Not when it's firing that fast. You are just, it's just spray and pray, as they say, which is a horrible, horrible thing. You don't. Handgun firing like that is very hard to control. I bet the amount of just recoil and force on it would, because once you start firing, wouldn't it have a tendency to go like this? Again, never fired a real gun. Well, okay, not entirely true. Never willingly fired a real gun. Was very young. It was a stupid thing. Drunken idiots. Don't ask. Nobody died. But yeah, like if you're trying to, especially, there's no way you could one-hand it. Even two hands, though. Once you start firing, wouldn't it go like that or something? Or like, bam, right in your face? Like, because I know people, especially people firing shotguns for the first time, definitely have a tendency to hit themselves in the face. You know, or just get knocked over. There's again, West Wing, there's an infamous scene where Toby is firing a shotgun and a guy tries to tell him you have to like put one foot back to brace yourself, and he doesn't, and he just literally goes flat back when he fires it. And it's like, yeah, that's real. Oh, now that I think about it, CJ did that too. Yeah, she did that on a shooting range because the guy handed her a 44 Magnum, and CJ is like 120 pounds. So yeah, knocked her on her ass. So yeah, they actually did that joke twice. Seasons 4 and... No, season 3. CJ's at the end of season 3. Is it? Yes, because season 4 is the re-election, and it's in the episode where... It's either in the episode or the episode before Bartlett meets Richie at the opera thing. And then the one with Toby is in season... I want to say 6. It's either right at the end. It's either right at the end of 5 or the beginning of 6. It's right there. No, wait, because when did Leo leave the show? Yeah, it had to be end of 5, beginning of 6, because season 7's entirely the election. It's half timing back and forth, so it's after that. No, I still give that show credit because they had to deal with the actual death of John Spencer, and they did it in a very respectful way. Men in Black nodded at the elderly man, took a deep breath, and sent all 17 bullets flying so fast that the individual shots sounded like one long blast. He placed the gun on the counter and pressed a button, making the target zoom towards him. So they have an outdoor shooting range that has that ability. Wow, that must have cost a fortune. As it stopped, Massimo allowed himself a smile and raised his eyebrows. All shots on target, headshots, he said with a boyish expression. Practice makes perfect. Okay, is what he just said possible? He just said he put all 17 rounds through the head of that, the paper silhouette that looks like the upper half of a person. Is that possible? Because, again, I'm pressing X to doubt here. I have no doubt that he has a lot of practice shooting guns. Just saying, is anybody that good? There's a 50 caliber handgun that many people knock themselves out with when firing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They didn't keep two hands on the weapon and it smacked them in the head. Yep. Makes perfect sense. Makes absolutely perfect sense. I mean, it's a big piece of metal with a significant amount of propulsion. Boom. My stomach cramped. The joke was just too macabre for me. Okay, girl, if you don't want to do this, then fucking don't. Have a spine for once. But the bullseye's in the middle of the torso, isn't it? So you didn't get points, I said, grabbing the piece of paper. Massimo smiled at that and pulled away one of my earmuffs. But I killed the enemy, he said, planting a kiss on my cheek. Now your turn. Come on. I'll be unprofessional and I'll stay right behind you. I'll be unprofessional and I'll stay right behind you, but I want you to feel safe. Wouldn't you want to stand behind her so she doesn't fall down? He led me to the shooting spot and briefly explained how the gun worked. This is not something to be done briefly. What to push to free the magazine, how to reload it, and switch from continuous fire to single shots. When I loaded the firearm and did everything he told me, Massimo stepped back, pressing his torso against my back. Yeah, because that's how you learn to shoot a fucking gun. Firing like that, no. The gun would have to have fixed mount to hold it perfect. Even then, I doubt it. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, you're not holding that steady with even two hands. Not that steady. No way. Again, why is it the authors in these books always because the Mister has a gun scene too. I'm betting, and this is, by the way, now she's ripping off, because I guess because she already did all 350 Shades in the first book and up to this point. Now I guess she's ripping off the Mr. and the Mrs. Let's see how far that goes, because this is that scene from the Mr. where E.L. James said that the innocent angelic virgin who was 4'6" and weighed 80 pounds somehow not only fired a shotgun without blowing her arm off, and that she hit it was something stupid, but it said she hit 14 out of 18 targets. And I'm like, nobody is that good their first time. And with a shotgun that is as tall as she is, that there's no way she would have been able to fire without busting her shoulder or something. It's you really, really did no research on the guns whatsoever. To the point where a non-gun person can call you ridiculous and I'm right. All right, I'm looking for a place to stop because, again, what is with the wall-to-wall text? This is why I have paragraphs. One thing I'm very careful about is not having giant page-long blocks of text. I break things up to keep it readable. This doesn't have a break anywhere. All right, I'm looking for a convenient place to stop. We'll get through a couple more pages, and then we're going to call it an evening because I need food. Oh, I even know what I want. Chicken. Yeah. Chicken good. Watch the target. Align the gun point with the back sight. Now take a deep breath and pull the trigger as you exhale. Slowly but surely. Don't jerk your finger. Just one fluid motion. You can do it. She doesn't want to do it, is the point. It's just like chess. Just like chess, I repeated to myself. No, it's not. Trying to convince my brain to stop being so scared. I felt Massimo plant his legs securely behind and put his hands on my hips. I inhaled and did as he told me. It was a fraction of a second. The recoil and the blast. Or the other way around. I couldn't really tell. The force of the bullet swung my hands up. I didn't expect that. See, she did exactly what I said. She's holding it like this. She pulls the trigger. Boom. Yes. Yes, that's what happened to CJ. I didn't expect that. The power I had in my hands was enormous. I could kill. I began to shake and my eyes welled with tears. Yeah, this was a terrible idea! For so many reasons. Ow, my throat! Okay, I've been losing my voice all week. It's just allergies, but it's annoying. And there's dust in this. That's great. Massimo took away my gun and put it on the counter. I turned to him and panicked. Chess? I shouted. I fucking hate chess then. The man in black embraced me, stroking my hair. I could feel his torso shaking with laughter. He was doing all in his power to stifle. Now I'm taking off my shoe and murdering you with it. If you just made me do something I didn't want to do that I was afraid of, and now I'm having a panic attack because you made me do the thing and I don't want to, and you're laughing as you're holding me, I'm taking off my shoe and stabbing you in the brain with it. Okay? For any Hannibal fans in the audience, the dinner party with the ice pick. I'm doing that. Okay? The infamous, that may have been a bit impulsive. I'm doing that. The man in black embraced me, stroking my hair. I could feel his torso shaking with laughter. He was doing all he could to stifle, all in his power to stifle. I lifted my head and saw the amusement mixed with a dose of worry in his eyes. Kill him now, honey. Everything all right, honey. Yeah, I get to play with fire. Where's my pen? Give me my pen. I pouted and hid my head in his armpit, ashamed. I got scared. Of what? I'm here. Of what? He says. Of what? Make sure you stab him really deep, because there's really not much of a burn in there. This is just such a responsibility. The knowledge that I could kill someone with that changes everything. Okay, I admit this would be scary, and I wouldn't do it. But you can kill someone with a lot of things. Like the stilettos that you're wearing. Or a knife that is also called a stiletto for that reason. You can strangle someone. You can break their neck. You can drown them. There's a lot of ways to kill people. Maybe choose your words a lot better. The power. I got scared of it all. Like, maybe if he had talked to her about this before and they had, like, talked. But again, they don't do that. Why in these books does nobody ever talk? Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Massimo nodded, and I think I saw pride in his eyes. I'm sorry, he's proud of making her scared. This wouldn't surprise me, because he clearly gets off on fear and violence. But it's not a good thing. You're so wise, baby girl. Oh, we don't get out without one more. I'm going to run out of room on this page. He whispered, kissing me softly. Now back to the lesson. How about you fuck off and we don't do this? The next shots were easier. After I unloaded a few clips, they stopped having any effect at all. I felt like an expert already. You ain't hitting the broadside of a barn yet. Sometime later, Don Mateo left us and returned with a new toy. And we're referring to guns as toys. That's extra, no. You'll like this one. Massimo grabbed the machine gun that the man had brought. I knew it was going to be some big stupid gun. This is an M4, an assault rifle. Pretty nice weapon. It's light and it doesn't have a recoil as hard as the Glock. Okay, I don't know specifically what an M4 is, but I can guess, and yeah, no. A nice weapon, I repeated uncertainly. Let's try it out. Yeah, right, not on your life. Shooting the M4 was easier, even though it was a lot heavier than the previous gun. An hour of shooting exhausted me. Don Mateo invited us to the terrace adjacent to the shooting range. We were served lunch, fruta di mare, pasta, meats, antipasta, and a whole range of desserts. Frutti di mare, for anyone who doesn't know, translates as fruit of the sea, and it means like shrimp cocktail and oysters, stuff like that. It was crazy. I gobbled up everything the waiters put in front of me as if I hadn't eaten for a week. Massimo sipped wine, nibbling on olives, hugging me once in a while. I love it when you have an appetite, he whispered to my ear. Means my son is growing. Okay, he said that like 5 times now. Enough already. Daughter, I corrected him with my mouth full. You know, you can find out. I think she's pretty close to far enough along to find out. I think she's in the zone. It's going to be a girl. But if we want to be sure, we can sort this out during our next visit to the clinic. Hey, somebody remember science exists! His eyes flared and his hand touched my belly. I don't want to know. I want a surprise. Besides, I know it's a boy. Girl. Gonna be pretty funny if it's twins, Olga said, pouring wine for everyone. Yeah, I almost said that earlier. What do you bet it's twins? One boy, one girl. What do you bet? That would be awesome. Lara, her husband, the mob boss, and 2 crying brats, Dominic. She said, turning to her boyfriend. Oh, I guess they're boyfriend-girlfriend now. They're just fuck buddies, but that's okay. That's when we move out. Thank God it's only a single baby, I shrugged, I shrugged and continued stuffing myself. All right, we're drawing a line there. It's midnight. I'm hungry. And it's a good place to stop because it does transition to another scene just after that, even though there's not a break in the page, because why would you do that? Why would you possibly have proper formatting to make it easier to read? Okay. So we're a bit short on page count, but I'm not going to harsh it. Oh, wait, we have burning to do. Damn it. I can only burn one of them. No, I can. I can burn them both because they are far enough down the page. Ha. Ha. The gods are with us tonight. Bullshit. An M4 rifle has more recoil. There's no way she'd be able to fire it that easily. So the book is just genuinely wrong. Because, yeah, it specifically says shooting the M4 really was easier, even though it's heavier, and the guy said it's light and doesn't have a recoil as hard as the Glock. So it's just wrong. Which again just proves no research was done whatsoever. For that and so many other reasons, we shall end the evening by playing with fire. How many times am I going to burn baby girl throughout these books? So good when we get two on one page. I didn't burn the next page too badly. I can still make it out. Good night, Cerebellum. You made it to the end. We're going to say good night. Love on the kitties for me. Oh, wait. I should put... where did I mark it? There we go. Bookmark. That's better. All right. So that is going to do it for this week. We got two new ducks. I will reveal their final names next week with the new duck stage, which I will definitely fix and get working somehow. And hopefully this will be all healed by then because it really annoys me. It's not as bad as it looks on camera. But I just need to duct tape oven mitts to my hand so I don't scratch. I can get that under control. This will go away. Not sure about this, but this at least. So until next week, my lovelies, thank you all so much for being here and for watching. Thank you for the new ducks, especially this one that I am still so klutzy with. But I am still so happy this duck is now on the stage because it's my favorite. And I was worried it was going to be like the last one chosen and take forever. So I'm so glad that Laughing Cow Duck now has a rightful place. I'm not actually going to kiss it because I'm wearing very staining lipstick and I don't know how well it'll scrub. But have a good night, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. Again, reminder tomorrow in the movie night room, 8 o'clock Eastern. Also remembering clocks go back tonight at 2 a.m. They go back by 1 hour. So 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, movie night room on my Discord. We are going to watch The Princess Bride. So come and join us for a good time. I've heard excellent things about it my whole life, so hopefully it'll be really good. My first time seeing it. If you haven't seen it in a while, come and join us. It'll be a lot of fun. And I'm sure we'll have lots of laughing and that people will be shouting out random lines a lot, which is fine, by the way. But thank you all for watching. Thank you for all the chat tonight and all the support. Chat, especially, I love you on nights when the book is that bad. That's when I need the chat to help me get through. But I will see everyone next week, usual time, and we will continue through whatever the hell it is that we're reading and see what round of stupid comes next. We now know author doesn't know jack about guns, but are we really surprised? No. So good night, everyone. Sleep tight. See you next week. Thank you for being here. Take care of yourself and love on a fur baby. Until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of you. Bye-bye.